those that got it on Adam Gamble, he's at minus 490. Compliments of High Five Gear. We have a jersey giveaway. The winner of that is Michael Foote. Michael, where are you? Congratulations. Another shout out to all our sponsors. Again, PlatinumFord, Adam, thank you for everything. High Five, Storm, Bowlstream, Chris Warren's Pro Shop, and K&H. Without these guys, we wouldn't be here at all, I promise you. So thanks again, guys, to all our sponsors. Again, the Pro Shop is open. Throw a couple of shots. You need to add some service, they can help you with that. Or if you need to buy a new ball. Service all your pro shops needs, all your pro shop needs down at Chris Warren's Pro Shop.
I don't know. I know it didn't involve me.
We do have t-shirts, commemorative, non-dated, Ironman t-shirts, and chamois. See Veronica. All right, guys, finishing up practice. Once again, share it with your friends. Bowlstream TV, worldwide, best in the game. Emil Williams, thank you, brother. Taking time out of your busy schedule, we appreciate it. 53 feet, same move, right moves right, one pair, left moves left. Second call again for brackets and high pots. Come see Mandy. All right, guys, good luck. And higher scores.
Some other states don't do that. It's weird. Yeah. Our state association does.
Mandy also has brackets pay out from the first set. You guys want to come collect that and roll it over? Come see Mandy for your bracket payout from the first set.
Good afternoon. This is that time where you got to run in place, get that energy level up, because we are only halfway through the Texas Ironman. Welcome back to our live coverage of the event right here on Bowlstream TV. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Let's see if Justin Bowie's hanging out. Sure. Justin will hang out with us for a little bit. And then CT, I think, will be around mid-block. We'll talk about the tournament.
For everybody, the current leader Ryan Barnes, plus 99. Nathan Bohr in second, plus 98. Cut is plus 20 to the top 12. Top 13 cash.
Well, when we left, just didn't have we had some thoughts on how they could play him here on this 53-footer. Not that you say that every day of the week. With that said, though, knew it was going to be a challenge, just like the short was, and a challenge in its own right. But the one thing that scares me out the gates is
chalk out there?
Well, yes. So. And not just the surface, because that's expected. It's the variations of where the surface is hitting, especially in the front part of the lane. Right, because you've got anywhere from 1 through 20 as a right-handed player. I've seen surface go everywhere. And so truly, as you go pair to pair throughout the block, how the fronts go or don't go. Just like, was it Riley who was talking to us about the fronts going later, of course, in the short, during the short pattern block, game 7, if we were talking about that. Here, it's definitely going to be tricky.
Yeah, and I mean, just from practice, what I've seen, there's actually the balls are slowing down a bit, around 30 feet. So I don't know if that's just the inherent everybody's throwing 360 grit, or if that's just part of the pattern. But where they're trying to play the more traditional, what you would think direct, keep it tight, and it's reading really early. So I mean, that's going to see people go left, and if you miss right, you're gonna maybe not even 3 off the right, 2 counts. You might just keep going in the gutter. Because outside of 10 doesn't hook at all, but it is slowing down early, which is interesting.
Are you familiar with the Bradley?
I know the concept of it. Yeah, I've never bowled
This is
it,
giving me Bradley vibes. Not as much surface though, because there's some people bring screen to the Bradley.
Yeah, they pretty much bring balls that they never expect to throw ever again.
But it's got a little bit of a Bradley vibe. Heavy volume, long or pattern. Requires a little bit of teeth. At its previous location, which was Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, you could get it to wrinkle off the gut. And I doubt anyone has even tried to wrinkle that. No, I shouldn't say that. I didn't see anyone do it. If there were 2 people I would think who would try it, would be Nathan and Anthony.
Nathan, in the few shots I watched him throw in practice, he was kind of putting it down on 5, but pointing it at the 3 pin.
That makes sense.
Diagonally. So, I mean, Connor's throwing your thing right here in front of us on 31-32. So I figured some people might just to get it to roll up in the front, just stop. So, I mean, he's not a bad start, so maybe that's the right thing to do right now. But yeah, the 2 shots I saw Nathan throw, and it looks like he's throwing the same ball he was in practice, so I would assume he's still there. It was pretty direct from right to left, which is another thing. I mean, his angles straight are so good that, I mean, he can pretty much do that better than anybody. We bowled nationals a couple years ago, and doubles and singles, maybe the best 6 games I've ever seen in my life was Nathan. He shot like 800, 790 or something like that in minors, and just played the 1 board for 6 games. It was unbelievable.
What year was this?
3 years ago, 2022, maybe 23.
See, look at Diana Zavyalova, Mitchka there. Big ball, of course, high on max. Going down the lane, kind of barely wrinkled. But you just want it to be going toward the head pin in the right direction of what would be better carry, hopefully.
Yeah, Steve Furman there on 28 off the left side of the screen, senior player, left-hander. He's trying the more up the gutter, and it's just not there. See a lot of gems, a lot of ion maxes going down the lane, RSTs, the new ones. Speaking of, I think that's RST, Hyperdrive, 29, Donovan Lake.
Donovan was where in the standings?
He is
Just inside the number?
10th. Yeah. 10th, but only 6 inside the cut, yeah.
That was not a bad shot right there. Yeah, as a righty, you'd hope that there's enough surface that went down the lanes during the 10 minutes of practice that in a general similar spot on the lane,
Yeah.
that you could create a little early shape.
Wouldn't say that's what I saw walking around in practice.
No, I didn't either. I did not see that.
Maybe they should have had a group meeting before. Let's just throw 360 grit outside of 10 for the first 5-6 minutes. But that definitely didn't happen.
He's Eric Jones, man.
I told you, he's a lefty that loves long irons.
You did say that. You did say that this morning.
I feel like I watched him win a regional a couple years ago on like Dragon, which 47, 48 feet, throwing a black hammer just straight at that. And was shooting 260 every game. Like, it's crazy. There's definitely more strikes on the board to start than earlier. They're either warmed up and loose now, or the pattern's playing a little bit more favorable. But
Yeah, it's like night and day in that regard.
Yeah. It's at least 4 or 5 people with the front 4 or 5, and that maybe happened that many times the entire last block.
I'll put this pattern here on the screen for you. You, the viewer, so you know exactly what we're referring to. .53 feet. Nothing about the graph kind of scares you.
No, not that I've seen. So that early friction isn't making a whole lot of sense to me that I'm seeing. I'm not like a graph wizard for sure. Like I'll look at more distances, volumes, and ratios. I'm not so versed on the forward and reverse passes and the loads, but
Dora, your lane's available at the front
yeah,
counter.
just seen a lot of
Dora, your lane's
early
available at the
friction
front
for a
counter.
53-foot tire. Which could mean it's higher scoring once they get to the right zone. But
That middle portion, as you mentioned, 1.06 to 1 as you get closer to the pattern or the middle of the lane with its flatness. But I am seeing urethane being that tool that can conquer all, if you will. Oh. Eric Jones off to the left of your screen. Get back over there in a moment because it looks like at least for game one. At least for game one. Gonna put together a game. I'm starting to pay attention. So he's moving right. I don't think there's any lefties on 31 and 32. In Eric's case right now, is that a good thing for him?
if he's lined up, yes.
Okay.
Depends on how much surface he's using and if his ball starts shining up a little bit. So he might see it a little bit different if he's going to a completely fresh pair. Obviously, he's got the rev rate to make a hook anyway. That would be something I would be looking at. I'd prefer to follow maybe one that's playing the same zone so it's consistent, so I'm not just starting over again. But, I mean, for him, he can pretty much do it with his hand. And, yeah, Connor's throwing a purple hammer. So, yeah, he might strike a lot. He might strike out a whole lot.
You saw Connor's ball go to the right of the screen, and then bottom right, you saw him from start to finish. John, I agree. It does look a little, I think it's kind of fun to bowl on. And I'm only saying this because I've watched the Bradley 3 times in person.
The only real familiarity I have with the Bradley is that I bowl a lot with Greg Short. He won the Bradley probably in the, he's a senior tour player now, so probably in the early 2000s, 90s.
Well, if you want another challenge whenever you decide to get back into that consistently life in regards to bowling, yeah, it's a good challenge.
Don, your lane's available at the front counter. Don,
To
your
Donovan
lane's
there.
available at the front counter.
He is he's now solely in between. He's made a couple of ball changes in the last few frames. Went from going on the nose. There's a little light on the nose. Ball change here, light.
I'm actually seeing some strikes from some left-handers right now, outside of Eric. Josh Emhoff's not a bad start, but we have another lefty on his pair with 6 out of the first 7. I think Packy's doing well. Just having to shut down your angles a little bit more is more natural.
If you are just joining us, this tournament began at 9 a.m. Central Time today with the first 8-game block. It was on a short pattern. You can watch that on Bowlstream TV. It is archived and available for you. And now the long pattern, 8 additional games. After the conclusion of this block, the top 12 players will advance to match play. Eric Jones looking to be one of them. Bang.
My goodness.
Yes, and now that I say that out loud, Eric Jones won the Bradley, I think 2 years ago.
Of course. Yeah. Yep. Well, it's all making sense now, isn't it? Yeah, like Donovan's ball's just reading so early.
Yeah, I was putting myself in his position. Like, if that was me, what would I be doing?
Yeah.
And I felt like I would probably try to continue because I know if I were to make some major jumps, it might not be advantageous. Hopefully he gets a fill shot here, be able to kind of maneuver a little bit. Diana Zavjalova, she doubles after making the 2-7 a couple of frames ago. And then Connor back on it to the right of your screen after leaving the Greek church in the 8th frame. Well, we got to watch out for our guy Lorenzo.
Yeah, where is Lorenzo at? He's going left, right?
Yeah, he's over on 26 currently,
Okay.
25 and 26. Just missed a single pin, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Decent game brewing, though. Somebody over there's got front 4 open 3-back.
Yeah, that's the other left-hander on that pair. Read the back of his shirt. I don't see it. Noah Krupczak.
Okay.
He was minus 110 coming into the block. So maybe he figures something out here. Steve Furman's bowling one of the crazier clean games over here on 27. He's got 1 count over 9, besides his double that he just threw. 5-8 spares.
That looks like me in college. Right there. A lot of clean randomness games. Generally have not a good command of the pocket.
That's the only thing there. That shot for Eric. So when he goes to this next pair, like if he can get it to pick up, even with a little bit of lane shine on it, then he'll be all right. But that's the thing he needs to be mostly concerned about. I'm sure he'll manage it just fine, but seeing who he's following. Nobody on the next pair for sure. The next pair over doesn't have any lefties on it unless somebody crosses coming from the right. So, I mean, if he gets set up, he could be there for a while.
I hear you, John. Janice and the team, they did do their best. She put in a ton of work yesterday, actually, to make that happen. And then when she thought she was done, they had some last-minute additions to the roster, and so they had to redo the assignments again. And obviously, they worked this morning, and then there was a little glitch that unfortunately just caused a little bit too much of a headache. There's a good one. This one helps the pace of play. does take us a little bit longer to tell you who's doing what if they don't have a jersey with the name on it.
Wow.
But all you need to know, John, right now is just Eric Jones. What looks to be laser beams, and I'm sure they're going a little bit slower than that.
1916. That's probably his slow roll, and that's about as hard as I can throw it on purpose. It's a good shot, though.
That's tough.
I mean, his last two were way better than anything he's thrown all game, so.
There's the early hook.
I don't know if I could flicked out of his hand a little quick. Might have shoved it up the lane faster than he wanted to.
Remember, he had 7 Brooklyns earlier.
Yeah.
For 240.
His Brooklyn carry percentage is like 90%. Noah is up here on 25 off to the left a little bit. Also lefty. And just tripped the 4-6. Getting to the 250s. Oh, Steve, come on.
That one hurt.
Yeah.
That one hurt. 183 for Steve. Eric Jones, 233. Letter E on 29 and 30. Ethan Eaton. Spare strike to get him to 179.
And yeah, no Kropchik, 260. That's going to help the cause a little bit. Give him minus 50. Yep.
Matt Powell had 240 late in the block this morning on short.
So the left side's walled, obviously. It's the 2 highest scores I've seen.
Anthony Simonson was starting on the high end, like 47 and 48 high end. I think Stu was starting on, what, 21? No, 19 and 20, I beg your pardon. He's going to make the flip. We saw Stu this morning. We saw Simo a lot this morning on camera.
I believe Stu bowled 200.
Andrew Bonin put together a nice block earlier. Big exhale as he returned back, as you saw.
I want to see some people fill some more 10 frames this block.
That was not a good thing early.
Yeah. At least 20. Can we get 20 in a 10th frame? That'd be great.
Yeah, that was very difficult to watch, to be honest. Because there's some opportunities for, 40, 50, 60, like 10 frames in regards to adding to the total.
When the margins are so short, I mean, that's where it all is. The 10th to 20th is a 30, 40 pin margin. It's not much.
Bonin comes out strong here on the long pattern. To -8. He was in the top 8 for at least 7 of the 8 games, it felt like. And more than likely he's going to jump back into the number. Again, the importance now, just to keep in mind, the top 2 seeds after this round, we'll have our 16 games in total, will receive 2 round byes and essentially be seeded into the semifinals. So that's a big deal and would raise that automatic guaranteed payout or payoff spot to 1,200 minimum.
And
for those individuals.
And they don't have to bowl 20 games today. That
and
helps.
they don't have to bowl 20 games indeed. It would be just 18 for them.
Bracket, second set. First call, bracket, second set.
One other player to keep an eye on is Packy Hanrahan.
Yeah. 230. He's throwing urethane as well.
He
got 2 count there on 33.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's on strike, though.
Okay.
So not the worst thing that's ever happened. His first shot on that lane was a 3, so.
Not a good lane for him.
No. But he's done with it after this frame. Yeah, Packy was close. He, same thing I was talking about Stu earlier. He wasn't too far out. It's 35 out of the cut, but 234 there is going to help out. And he's another one that seems to really like being able to slow roll it a little bit more. And if you can throw urethane on this too, obviously Packy's going to succeed when he can throw urethane.
Well, in regards to the slow roll, and she is not left-handed, of course, but Diana can adjust speeds, and she likes to be slow to begin with.
Last call for
So
big
that
boards.
could
Last
be
call
very
for
favorable.
Big boards. We have a few spots open.
Item for DZ.
The 2-0 game here. I think Packy is moving right, so he'll continue to be in our coverage for the next 3-4 games at least.
Yeah, he won the sweeper.
Yep.
Sweeper challenge last night. There were 3 of them. Got to a spot where he could get to 4-7-0 for 2. There were 2 game sweepers.
So he's averaging about 235 for his first 3 games. 470 and then 234?
I don't think he bowled the score on the fresh, though. That's the only thing.
Okay.
I don't think so. I could be wrong. No matter what, though, right? Someone that skilled, learned, took notes, appropriate notes, and came in with the proper game plan here. After bowling on the pattern yesterday. And on cue, Diana puts one more in the 10th. She goes to the back to the first, or right at the where the carpet and the wood flooring meets, to her 3-ball tote, or one of the 3. Couple of individuals competing have changed jerseys, hoping for some new luck.
It's a lot of guys actually changed jerseys.
And I get it, 8 game blocks, a lot of bowling, a lot of perspiration.
Close enough. Go take a shower real quick, restart, come back.
Need a little bit of a new attitude for some. All right, 202 for Diana. And now everyone makes their right moves. Looks like 27 through 30 is going to be first. And there is Donovan Lake. Someone almost bowled on the wrong lane, so they got that squared away on 29 and 30. Oh, he's got a shoe cover on. Oh, boy. Someone talk to him.
Please.
Oh,
there we go.
Good job.
Throw something.
My man. Here's where we got to get a few names, but we do get a chance to see Chris Delaney.
Finally.
And we didn't get a chance to see Chris on camera this morning, but he did a lot of damage on the short, going plus 96.
And he threw urethane most of the day. I do think he changed balls going into that 8th game. But I think the first 6 or 7, he definitely threw urethane. And he might be throwing urethane right now as well.
Wow, just lay ball. We saw Matt Powell put up, what, 240? 247, I believe? Where's Matt?
Yeah, game 7, 169.
Yeah, almost the definition of it. Not quite an up and down day. 182, 215, 193, 183, 235, 159, 247, 169. It's not a terrible block by any stretch. Minus 17 is, again, right where you want it to be. Diana, we watched shoot 202. She starts the day, or started the day at minus 26. Or this block, excuse me, started this block at minus 26. Probably won't see Cully on camera today, but for this block. But since you know him so well, how would you anticipate him playing, or where would you anticipate him playing on the long, considering that he was able to shape urethane earlier in the short?
I am going to say Cully right now is throwing, because I know him very well, probably a track stealth mode, sliding 20, throwing it to about 12. And it's just going to be great for him, I think. He's another, same as what I said Nicolette earlier, like Cully throws about 3 or 4 balls, and they're all blue. I'm just a big fan of that color, I don't know, but they're all blue or black. Not a big see as rotation kind of guy, I guess. I mean, it works great for him, so his spare ball's black too, so it just stays consistent. But that would be where I expect him to be at. And he's probably doing pretty well.
If you are just joining us, welcome you to Bowl Stream TV. Please hit the thumbs up. Subscribe if you have not already, so you can receive notifications whenever we go live. And we'll be live actually a few times within the next 3 months. Actually, June, July, 4 months. A lot of content out there, of course, in our bowling world, which is great. A lot of good people putting together YouTube channels. I don't know what additional content is going to be on Bowl Stream TV, but I'm thinking about that. Something that hasn't been done, which is very difficult to do. What content do you watch these days, Justin?
Man, it's bowling when it's on, of course. I don't really watch YouTube content for bowling. Just keeping up with my Call of Duty teams. And it's really just kind of work and then coming back on.
A little COD, okay.
Pretty much it. Yeah, just got back from DreamHack yesterday here in Dallas, down at the convention center. A video game festival, basically. So good time, and then we come out here and watch bowling all day. It's better than that on a holiday weekend. Spend my first day off work at DreamHack and come over here on Saturday and watch bowling.
Any other plans this weekend?
Absolutely not. Need to do a whole lot of nothing.
Good.
Get my body to hopefully heal a little bit. Was planning to bowl the great events that are coming here on Monday, TBST and Clash for the Cash Monday here at Plano, but probably just need a little bit more time to rest and recuperate a little bit. Get my old man body to agree with me to let me bowl again. That'd be great. What is it with game 2 on 27 and 28?
I was just thinking the same thing. So, folks, what Justin is referring to, this morning on the short pattern, after it looked impossible for game 1 on the fresh, the groups that merged onto 27 and 28 put up what probably would have been the kind of the highest cross scores, maybe with the exception of 1 or 2 games as a cross, like as a complete group. The high game was 245, the low game was 211. It was on 27-28, and it was in game 2. You see what's brewing here. It's already started. I mean, in many cases, they started actually in similar fashions. All 4 of those players to the 4 that we had earlier. Gary, appreciate you checking in.
09 on 53 feet.
Wow.
Gotta love it.
Wow.
Where Brian's at is where I would figure this pattern would develop into. He might be there a little early, but I would see a lot of the players a little bit further left, just slow floating it there. Where right now I feel like a lot are trying to be a little bit more direct, which is fine, but hopefully they'll develop something they can get a little bit left and throw it into it, and at least have 1 or 2 boards to miss.
I believe this is Michael Foote.
I believe so. The blue shirt?
Yep.
Yeah.
Lane 30.
And he won a free High Five Gear jersey between squads.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. One of the sponsors even.
Shout out to H5G, High Five Gear, proud sponsor here of this tournament, along with Storm, K&H, Chris Warren's Pro Shop, of course, Plano Super Bowl, the host venue, and big sponsor PlatinumFord and all the work that they do, not just with the Texas Ironman, but all across North Texas. And Victory Bowlers, Chris Turner leading the way here. No messenger for Eric Jones on the right side of your screen. Again, shout out to Chris Lucas, past tournament director, and handled the live stream of the tournament as well. Another 9-pin off to the right.
Oh. Good 2-pin. It's fitting the only guy in an eyeball view that's bowling in a t-shirt won the custom jersey in between spots. The ball didn't hook a single board for Matt Powell.
Yeah, ball speed now is if you know how to make the adjustments in regards to, you can lower it, you can throw it harder when you need to. 53 feet, little speed, take some off. We got game 1 scores already.
Nathan Bohr has taken the lead.
Oh boy. You don't want that guy to get a first or a second spot today if you're the field.
Yeah, 2-time champion of this event has been creeping, lurking the whole time, but he's now taken over the lead from Ryan Barnes. So Nathan's plus 120. Ryan Barnes with a 215 game there is plus 114. Anthony Simonson plus 90. Dallas Leong 1 pin behind him, plus 89. Chris Delaney 191 game there, plus 87. James Fugit plus 83. Eric Jones off that 233 game has now jumped up to 7th place, plus 75. Stu Williams plus 66. Lorenzo plus 31. Andrew Bonin plus 24. Packy Hanrahan plus 19. And Connor Fleming is the cut at plus 15. So I believe we were at plus 12 coming in, right?
Let's see. Did I ever write that down? I did. Plus 20.
Plus 20. Okay, so it went down. So drop 5.
How about Donovan Lake?
Yeah, Donovan fell out of the cut just by a little bit. 9 pins out. Plus 6, tied with Eldemaro Ruiz. Corey Umbrello with that 267 to end the last block, shot 248 first game here. So he has run from second page all the way to 14th at minus 5. Coley looks like didn't have a great first game, 162. And then Diana is rounding out the top 16.
Oh, Diana will take that. And she starts spare 3 back. I got to commend her and Fania Kobo in particular, because they're about to go, bowl another rigorous week on tour on Monday.
Are they flying out, leaving Monday, or they start Monday?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that they're traveling Monday.
Yeah, okay.
Because the majority are. I'm traveling on Monday.
Sure.
Practice is Tuesday.
Sure.
And the bowl with the pro.
Where's it at? Where's the event?
Cleveland.
Okay.
3 events 1 week. And so the fact that they're starting their week essentially with 16 games, I commend them for many reasons, but they're bowlers. And you know what? The local support, and that's different everywhere you go. And obviously not having lived here for a while, and even when I lived here, I didn't bowl tournaments, but I heard a lot, watched from afar, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, things always seem to be well attended. Like, if there's something here locally, it's generally well supported.
Yes.
From what I have seen. And you cannot say that about every bowling community, state, association, whatever, across the country.
And I think the tournament organizers here communicate. So they're not double booking things. I know there is another event going on in the city right now. I think it's a trios event. But, you know, house shot tournament, different kind of group, right? So you're never going to see 3 major events going on at the same time. You might see one big event, one smaller, you know, different kind of crowd, handicap tournament going on. But from that standpoint, just the tournament directors just speak to each other and actually make sure that this isn't happening so they can drive the biggest attendance to each event. Just do it the next weekend. You know, Monday we have 2 tournaments, but they're not at the same time. One's in the morning, one's at night. Just, you know, people want to come and bowl all day, it just gives them an opportunity to do that. I think Eric's ball's just going like a foot too long. It's just doesn't have the surface slow down quite as fast as what I thought might happen. I mean, he's still going to bowl a good game. He'll figure it out, but that's what it looks like right now. It's a good shot from Diana, 4-bagger. She's still throwing that eye on max. She threw game 1.
We've used Eric Jones to help illustrate some points toward the end of the block on short. And you about said the same thing I was going to say. It's just kind of just watch his ball ever so slightly keep going left.
Yeah.
It never quite changes direction all the way. All right, it's there, and it looks like it's about to, and it just never quite does.
Yep. And that's an inch, 2 inches.
Those are the little things that I have grown to appreciate about our sport. As nerve-wracking and frustrating as they can be as the player, especially in the moment, from this side of it, you go, oh, I can appreciate that, and then the viewer can, you know, when someone's talking about literally how the difference of an inch can play a role, and it doesn't seem like it right when you're at the foul line.
Yeah. You just think, oh, that was a bad break. But no, it's doing this for a reason, because you didn't have anybody you're following. There's no lane breakdown. They didn't have 10 minutes practice plus a game. And it's just wiggling a little bit. And he's following all right-handers the next game as well. So he's going to, if he figures this out, he's going to know that he can just move straight back into it the next game.
Those asking about scores, I'm going to post the link right now. The tournament staff has been posting scores on the tournament's event page in the discussion tab. So what I'm linking you to is straight to that tab. I'm going to pin it. I did not see Game 9 updated there as of yet, but give them a little minute. They were very on it for the first few games. This block, and then they got busy, of course, trying to figure out brackets, get those things together. If you don't see it a little bit, I'll be happy to let you know again, or I'll try to post it as well in that same group. Little lazy off camera there for Diana, a little weak 10.
Did you share the stream on your page? Yeah, full stream.
You know, you just been. I think you've been following me a lot today, because I was about to do that, and I go, did I share it? I was trying to share it from my personal page, which means I didn't. I think I only tweeted or X'd it. I don't know what we call that now.
It's still Twitter.
But yes, please share. And I'll have that available to share in 1 second.
Donovan here on 27, kind of in the strike or die kind of game. Never where you want to be, but I mean, 220 left still on the board. Good start, tough finish from Cristallini. I think Eric tried to make that one hook because he had just bucketed. So he went wrap 7, bucket, tried to make it hook, big 4.
Well, that's never, generally speaking, a good thing.
Diana looks good. She looks comfortable.
She's looked pretty comfortable throughout. And I'm speaking from the beginning of the tour perspective. I mean, she, like for her specifically, right, she can obviously give it away. She can keep it in front of her. But her ball speed is going to be where you'd want it in that sense when it's got to get through 53 feet. Noah over there. Letter B on 27 and 28. Oh, give it to him. I'm here for all spares. I don't care what count he got on the first shot.
And it was fine. He was on a 9 out, so 3 spares great. I know Eric just did go grab another ball, so maybe one with fresher surface on it. Maybe one he hit with a pad in practice that, you know, didn't throw that entire game, so it's fresh. It's got some teeth to it.
This does seem like the day where you would want to go grab the arsenal or progression is, you know, every other game you might have to go to a fresh surface.
Yeah. Just prepare everything for that.
Yep.
Is that good?
Fresh surface.
Yep. There it is. Mr. Foot here is not having fun. Not having a great one on 29. Get him off this pair and give him a reset. Start over. But he did win a brand new jersey. Something positive from today.
I don't know if it was him in particular. Right there. Bang. Let's go. That's right.
He was apparently the first one in the building yesterday and today for this tournament, so he was ready to go. He was excited to bowl.
Yeah, I don't know if it was him, but there was the tournament staff was talking about someone who was saying they were going to bowl the tournaments, just give the sweeper a try, and then they tried that and said, you know what, heck, I'm here. Let's just do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was him or not.
I'm not familiar with him. I'm not sure if he's local or not. So. So Simo down on 17 as front 7 spare. Just looking to jump back in the top 2. 24 pins behind Ryan Barnes going into this game.
Fleming, me in the 260s. Connor threw urethane in game 1. I think he went to try something on the field there. So 266. Well, boy. He's going to strike a lot on the long pattern later today.
Yep. And it's going to be interesting when we get the dual patterns out. You know, there's been a few guys, I mean, Simonson, maybe Ryan Barnes. You know, the top 5 as of right now. It'll shake out as we get further into this tournament. But just to see who can manage both, because they'll be so drastic of how you're playing them. Unless you're Cully and you throw urethane on one of them and a reactive ball on the other in the same spot. And it looks the same.
That'd be crazy. Seen it done before.
He would do it.
I think what I've learned about short patterns in the last 3 to 4 years, there got to a point I felt with short patterns to where what we believed or were used to seeing kind of guaranteed shape or guaranteed hook started to be removed from short patterns. So instead of it being, hey, here's a short pattern and I have a defined place to throw it to, it's just a short pattern because the distance says it's short. It does not mean you get free hook.
And I was actually talking to my fiance Caitlin about it, just randomly, because for when they did Team USA trials out here, the summer trials.
Oh yeah, how long ago was that?
10 years ago, probably, maybe longer. We only bowled 3 games on short. 3 games. We bowled 6, I believe, on every other pattern, so the medium and the long. But I mean, the way that short patterns were at the time, you basically could play the gutter or you couldn't play the gutter. And they figured that 3 games was enough to figure out if you were good at it or not. And then we went and moved along, which was unfortunate because I think if we bowled more games on the short, I'd have a better chance of getting on. Because I think after the first 2 patterns, I was in maybe 3rd at trials, and then we bowled on long pattern, and I couldn't get my ball to shape. 47 feet Paris pattern. So I have mixed feelings about that. But I agree. In previous years, I mean, they pretty much all played similar. It's just where you got the ball to the gutter to or not.
Zavyalova. Oh. One more puts her in the 240s. How much you think the cut number might jump after this game?
This game, I got it at plus 28.
Okay.
I'll give it 28. So that's up, what, 13 pins, which would be the biggest jump of the day, I think.
Excellent. Yeah.
Did go down the first game, but I think we're figuring it out. Game 2. Sorry. 230, 38. Still a great score. That'll probably move her maybe in or pretty close. She was minus 24. So yeah, she might be in the top 14 now after that game. 6 games to go.
Looks like we're all done on 37. Oh, everyone's done at the same time.
Yep.
That actually might be the first today. Well, what that said.
25. Packy on 26.
All right, let's see. We get the left corner of that. There's Packy.
Got out of urethane. Good fill shot.
A little slow wheel. YouTube content brewing too.
Yeah, he's taking pictures with the fans in between squads.
Yeah, he's taking advantage also of the good furniture here at Plano.
Yep.
Shout out to Cubica AMF. Because he's got, you can see the camera right there, so you know that's going to go on the house channel. Good opportunity to thank our sponsors again. I want to thank Justin Bowie. He hung out with me for 7 of the 8 games this morning. And I'm going to have him in for a little bit more. We'll have Chris Turner, I think, in game 4. And we'll see how long CT will hang out in the booth as we start to wind down towards the middle and, of course, the end of the block. Texas Ironman, 4 champions, 4 events, 4 champions. Actually, no. 4 events, 3 champions. With Nathan Bohr, the only 2-time winner at this moment. He is the defending champion and trying to get back there again. He's creeping on the come up. Nathan won the inaugural event in 2020. Or was it 21?
21.
Okay.
If this is the 5th, it'd be 21. Right. Packy's very excited to be on live stream.
Well, he wants to tell his mom that tell her you're going to be on for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
possibly.
just the rest of the block. Yeah.
In some aspect. So Nathan Bohr 2021, Jacob Buttroff 2022, Ryan Barnes 2023, Nathan Bohr again 2024, question mark 2025.
Tournament leader Nathan Bohr right now, and in second Ryan Barnes.
I don't know the history, the entire history, of course, and I think just Janice, excuse me, for giving me some of that history earlier, but just with regard to, we'll start here for now as this group is underway. and then we'll get you back to Packy because we have not seen him on camera yet. But I don't know where those players qualified, right? So did they have to win 3 or 4 matches to get there? Did they have to win 2? I'm curious just because of what could happen here today. Because I think ultimately, you know, and the 5 through 12 is still going to have some really good players.
Yes.
Whether they're, you know, whether we know them as tour players or not. There's plenty of people that I've seen today who don't bowl regularly on tour, but who could win this tournament.
Yep.
Like Chris Delaney.
Yes. Lorenzo. Keniak.
Yeah, Lorenzo.
Andrew Bonin. Connor Fleming, I'm sure, will be on tour soon. So he's done with school.
Yeah, I think Connor, and a good time to start here just to see Connor's first shot there. Looks like some early hook on 35 and 36.
Still in urethane.
Yep. I tell you, why not too, right? When you think about it. Based on his start. I mean, there's just no need for him to get out of it yet.
Yeah.
What do you think out there, folks? Who do you think is going to win? We got T. Thomas. Is that Thomas Tournaments or just T. Thomas? If you're looking for scores, to click that link on the that's pinned up top. They do have posted scores after 9. You can also learn more information about the tournament.
Got our first look here at Packy on stream for the day, on official stream. See if he's still going to stay in that urethane ball or switch to what he threw in the fill shot. Looks like there is still a black hammer in his hand. Flat.
You know, watching the evolution in the last, what do we say, 5 years, that urethane has more or less grinded the gears of a lot of people. But watching people shape urethane, at first I just didn't think that was even possible. And then I watched the best in the world do it every week, and I went, okay, all right.
I don't mind it. I don't mind watching it. I want to watch the best in the world use the tool that provides them the best possibility to score.
Oh yeah, I'm good with whatever.
Yeah.
It was just the notion of like being able to hook or shape a piece of equipment that theoretically, by definition, shouldn't really happen. But if you know how to do it, how to use it properly, which probably is the key word, right? Use it properly.
Yeah. Patterns such as this, not such as others.
Or even like, which for some people it worked, urethane on short. But generally speaking, that's where you see a lot of urethane in regards to sport patterns.
Yeah.
I keep hearing the thing about most people don't want their friends to use urethane on house shots.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which it's understandable.
That's the touchy subject.
It's Garrett Chauvin. I haven't seen Garrett in a few years in person. I met him at the 2020 U.S. Open in Lincoln, Nebraska. He was with his friend Billy. At the time, Garrett lived in Colorado. Billy still lives in Colorado. But Garrett actually bowled at Saginaw Valley State several years back, a little bit after my time was over. He was on the, do you remember the Bolero Elite Series?
Yeah, the Elite Series. Yeah. That's the first time I ever saw him. He lives here now. He owns a wellness shop in Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth.
He had a mushroom farm.
Yep. Yep.
He told me that yesterday. I said, you've got a what?
Yeah. It's a mushroom shop.
A mushroom. Okay. I didn't know it was downtown for work.
I think
might
it
have to
is.
visit it. I won't have time this weekend. I put it out to the group, though. Who do you guys think is going to... I won't say who's going to win. But do you have any favorites in the tournament? If you do, I'd love to hear from you in the chat. Purple not quite shaping. Uh-oh, that's got to push.
It did.
That's a good 9. That's a good 9 right there. Take that one. Billy DeMauro working hard over there on 31 and 32.
Tomorrow with 181, game 1. Get the game 2 scores, I'm sure, pretty soon. Since everybody's finishing up at the same time, shouldn't be too big a delay.
Seeing some votes for Simo, which makes a lot of sense. I don't. You would never go wrong with choosing Simo. If bowling is involved, or Korean barbecue is involved,
Yes.
you would not go wrong with choosing Anthony Simons.
It's the only Korean barbecue I've ever had.
With Anthony Simons? Guys,
Goong in Vegas.
he's like a true connoisseur.
Yes. He just knew the chef, and they started bringing plates out. And I had no idea what was going on. So I can never go by myself because I know I won't have that experience.
Yeah, it's like going, it's like going to your first sporting event, or sitting courtside or behind home plate.
Right.
It's like
It's like, this is the only memory I need to have of this. I don't want to ruin it. Shot by Garrett there in the third frame. Yeah, Crystallini's still throwing urethane. He's thrown urethane, I think, definitely the first 6 games of the last block. Same pattern, same ball in this one. Just able to slow roll it and get the shape.
slow wheel. Well, Packy keeping himself out of trouble, which is the best part so far through 3. Single pin. I'll take that.
Yeah, 7-10 the first frame, strike, 7-pin out for Chris to start this game. And Eric has front 3 on 33 and hated it, and for good reason. It's really good ball motion for Diana. Her ball's getting down the lane a bit further than everyone else's, and it's shaping at 50 feet, 48 feet, not 25, 30. Even with that big of a ball with that ion max and probably some surface on it.
See anybody else got any favorites there?
Yeah, Rebecca choosing Andrew. I wonder why. Last names seem to be the same.
Yeah, I see some familiarity there.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be a bad choice based on what we saw earlier.
He's been throwing it really well all day. Just had 1 or 2 games that maybe caught a bad pair, got uncomfortable, but for the most part, he's been close all day. And in this format, just stay close, get in the bracket, see what happens.
Eric Jones would be another great favorite, of course.
Got an update coming. Game 10 update.
Gary says Diana. Figure them out. Yep. I mean, it's just going to be what happens on the short pattern in match play for everybody, I think. The short pattern will be on one lane. The long pattern will be on the other. Which lanes? I'm not sure. What you got there?
The Game 10 update. Would you like to read that one off?
Sure. Ryan Barnes and Nathan Bohr separated by 1 pin, the last 2 winners in this tournament. Barnes at plus 168, Nathan at plus 167, Anthony Simonson is third at plus 144. James Fugit, who James was on camera for about the first 3 or 4 games on the short pattern this morning. And today, or out the gates on the long pattern, he's going 208, 255. Puts him at plus 138 in 4th. Dallas Leong 5th at plus 102. Chris Delaney 6th at plus 99. Connor Fleming 7th at plus 81. Eric Jones 8th at plus 55. Stu Williams, who shot 300 this morning in Game 6. It's the first 300 ever in the history of the Texas Ironman. He is currently 9th at plus 50. Andrew Bonin, 10th, plus 31. He is tied with Ildemaro Ruiz at that number, and Packy Hanrahan currently is the number at plus 18 in 12th. Diana Zavjalova 4 pins back now in 13th at plus 14. Donovan Lake is at plus 13 in 15th, and Corey Umbrello is plus 9. And he is plus, you're talking about running the number down. Well, he's been on a run since Game 8. He shot 267, opened up today, or this block on the fresh, 248, 214. He's now plus 9. There are 15 people plus in the group of, how many do we have bowling today? Have to ask about that. Looks like 65, I think. Not bad for a one day. I understand that there were, you mentioned another event, local, one another in Texas. There's a PBA regional, but that's in the Midwest. It's Memorial Day, which is a popular tournament weekend around the country. Always some 10Ks, like Grand Rapids, for example. I could see this one getting a 10K.
Yeah, we keep bringing you out here and grow the knowledge of the event. Having a great bowl stream partnership for people to watch and share the stream.
Yeah, I could easily see this one. You know, and sometimes this is my experience. And obviously, tournaments that have been around for a very long time. So Chris Lucas had the right idea putting something like this together. And now, of course, Chris Turner taking it over and trying to continue that growth and expand upon it. Sometimes, you know, I think people don't really, growth doesn't happen overnight typically. You got to put in some work. Both of those individuals have certainly done that. And I could see this one getting to 10K. You get about 30, 40 more people. But you start getting them from, they start coming in, traveling to Texas on Memorial Day weekend.
Yep.
I can see it happening.
Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. Good shot, Diana. Ooh, red early.
Oh, that hooked. That's where you say, okay, all right. Got to make it. It looks like what Donovan Lake is going through on that lane, on that pair.
Yeah, Donovan, for those following, Donovan is 5 outside the cut going into this game. This game, 1 mark through 6 frames.
Oh boy.
1 mark. So he is not enjoying 25 and 26.
Nicely done, Chris. It's become such a common lead, but a common conversion. Speaking of bowlers who should be bowling this tournament, Christopher McMillan, the head coach at Midway University. Hello, Chris. Hope all is well with you. Appreciate your support as always. Hit that thumbs up. I know you subscribed already. Appreciate those who have subscribed. I saw that number jump from the start of the short pattern to the start of the long pattern.
Nice.
So I appreciate that. Our mission is 10K.
Close. Where are you at now?
I am at, we're at 926.
Okay.
That's where I got to find that other content piece to go along with the channel.
Donovan just marked up a spare there in the 7th, so still not what he wants to be shooting at the moment, but we've got 5 more games after this one. And Cristallini just threw it straight at the head pin and struck.
Okay.
So that might be just how he's going to play this pair. So, yeah, again, Cristallini in 6th place, plus 99. Just decided that this pair, how to play it, is just throw it down the middle.
And I think it's because, not saying it's the only reason, but I do think because there was a lot of surface and because righties were playing everywhere.
Yep.
Of course, during practice and even into game 1, I just think as you go truly pair to pair this squad, it's just going to be a question mark every single time.
Looks like Eric Jones settled back in. Front 3, 7 spare double. 33 and 34. Packy got out of urethane, switched that ball he threw in the fill shot last game.
Chops the 7 out.
And my usual thunderstorm cloud has rolled in.
I do feel like the angle that Eric is playing, he does miss. The tendency to not break down splits is higher. Or the percentage, I should say, probability. Come on, Garrett.
Shot out of Diana there. Little mixer.
I mean, you're talking about someone who's just not doing a ton with the bowling ball. Right now, it's Diana's at ball, but like, I mean, she's not bowling on the house. We all know that. But if you just watch where she's playing, there's nothing that is truly like special about what's happening, right? She's just right around the track area. But that's what, it's a really good sign of a great bowler. Right, she looks like she's not doing anything to it. Definitely being nice to it at the bottom. Allowing the bowling ball to do all the work. And she gets to be slow. Right up the gut. Delaney. Oh, yeah.
The double
this is
straight
great.
down the middle.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, so this pair just seems to be the one that's reading early for everybody. So it would make sense.
I'm not mad at it.
Especially if he's throwing urethane. You know, he's reading even earlier.
It's $5,000 on the line.
Yeah. If he can grind out 180, throwing it straight down the middle of the lane, he's still plus 70. He's still in the top 10. I mean, that's just on-the-fly decision-making that might work out.
Well, I was talking about with Diana. I couldn't see. I was hoping you'd get a good chance to see where the ball was floating over the arrows. I'll try to get you a good one on the left lane.
It's just this left lane. I think the left lane is worse than 30. I think 29. It's reading so early. She moved, I could see she moved left there, and it's still red in the same spot.
Watch our guy Chris Delaney just trying to take the lane out of play. Uh-oh. It's a good break.
Good break. Meanwhile, Simo has the front 7.
Uh-oh.
Simo. Yep.
Look at this break. That's the best fist pump I've ever seen.
So Simo's found something in the last 2 games. 254, game 10, front 7 this game. So place your bets that he's not going to strike now because I noticed it.
I tell you, Justin, it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter what live stream, who's doing it, which service. Doesn't matter. It could be Facebook Live. It's gonna be the same thing. Like as soon as you step into the medium. Okay, all right.
We're good. He's so good that he just he just broke.
You
the
can
code.
outcloud somebody.
Yeah.
It is possible. Scoring pace to more or less minus Simo, but it does seem to have taken a little bit of a dip.
Yeah, I'm looking around on the low end outside of the camera coverage, and I mean there's 2 pairs down there where maybe there's 3 strikes in the whole pair. So it's definitely dropping down, and maybe that's what Chris Delaney's seeing that, and he just wants to maybe throw a couple strikes and get 9, get out of here.
That's underrated to me. I don't think we do that enough as bowlers.
Yeah.
I think sometimes for fear of what people might say about it. Like, hey, no, this is about winning.
Great shot from Diana there. It's just this left lane. Unfortunately, she only has 1 shot left on it.
By the way, Wrestling Nerd, appreciate you as always. Mr. Tolson, good to hear from you. Speaking of Colorado, good player from Colorado, bowling some 50 events.
Hi, David. Yeah, it's working.
I mean, he had nothing.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, he was staring down the barrel 120, 130. And he's gonna save 180, 190.
I mean, 170 is still good.
Yeah.
Based on what he started with. Trey Brand. He was throwing some good shots early. He had that one shot that we replay where it just boomeranged because it just didn't get right.
Yep.
He followed that up with a couple of really good shots. He's going to take a lot. He's at minus 80 after 9.
Okay.
Or 10, excuse me. Okay. 10 games.
Simo missed in the 9th. That looks like a 4-8 to shoot. Nathan Bohr, 2nd place, 1 strike through 9 frames.
Well, Nathan is inching closer to. Actually, he's on cam. Let's take a look at him real quick. Greek church there for Packy. Uh-oh.
It didn't move, man.
You okay?
Just got some gymnastics in the concourse area here. Eric Akon. Diana struck again, so she got through that left lane, which was the tough one for her. Just made a big jump left and just threw it at it. And Packy almost with the conversion. But yeah, Nathan's not having a great game here. Looking like 170. If he strikes. Did not.
Man, he did. He's going to be in the 160s.
Yep. Not sure where Ryan Barnes is. I know he's not anywhere near us.
No, he's on the. He's like around 39 and 40.
Do you know, is there a, assuming it's re-oil, right, if we're doing the dual patterns?
Yes.
Okay. It's just run one of the lanes with fresh short and keep the long the way it is.
That would be an intriguing situation.
Yeah. Dallas Leong struck in the first shot in the 10th down there.
That's Delaney.
Chris. Looks like Dallas might be shooting 220. Still, I think even with that 160 is not bad. Just where he was tracking.
Yeah, you know, Nathan just shot 160 as well, so.
Yeah, so no real change there.
So Zamaro, big double. He's going to be in the 2-0s. Oof. Wow. Ball hooked 3 times.
Yeah.
Still hooked. All right, 202 for Trey. Trey was letter A. Zavyalova, letter B. She was 4 pins out of the top 12 coming into this game.
Just behind Packy, who shot 160. Or about to shoot 160. So she will be passing him up. Getting into the cut because Donovan was 1 pin behind her and he had a poor game. Looks like 122 for Donovan that game.
Bang.
Great shot.
Saw a lot of that last week.
Where did she end up at the Queens?
I think she lost probably around 3-4-ish.
Okay.
She's number 3 seed, so she bowled really well through qualifying. Had a good look. But you know, Queens
matches.
Masters.
Yeah, matches.
Could always go either direction. She bowled. I think she had to bowl Daria.
Okay.
In a elimination match.
That's always interesting for those two, right?
It was a good match too. She had a chance to win. Diana had a chance to win.
That's pretty good.
Well, we are moving right along, good people. Nearing the official halfway point of the block. Nathan Board's moving over to 33 and 34. Diana's still going to be in camera range on 27-28. Packy's coming over to 29 and 30. Chris Delaney. Which way is Chris moving? Right?
Right.
Okay, so he's going to go over to 31 and 32. Ryan Barnes is going to re-enter camera view in a moment. We'll see Dallas Leong too. So Mr. Leong, if you're still watching, Dallas should be entering camera range. He's going to be on camera, and we can get to him for the rest of the block. So, rest of the block.
I think he just tried a purple hammer and that fell shot.
Before Justin goes, I do want to thank him for his hard work today. Hopefully you go back to bowling soon.
Yeah.
But if I'm back, whenever that I'm back, you always got a place, a couple games. Appreciate you hanging out.
Appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Get me back. Let me know. I'll be hanging around. I'll be here.
Okay.
Watch some good bowling. All right. Thanks, Emil.
That is Justin Bowie. And now we will have the latest new tournament director here at the Texas Ironman. We'll talk with Chris C.T. Turner. He's already got a wireless mic in his hand. It's getting to be that time. If you watched, if you've been working in the yard, if you've been, maybe you had to work today, all of those things. Appreciate you tuning in. Now you're settling into your evening routine. And you have pulled up a little bit of bowling from the Texas Ironman. We appreciate that. Emil Williams Jr. now with, again, Chris C.T. Turner. And first of all, Chris, thanks for having me. Thanks for reaching out, or at least going through the proper channels to do so.
Absolutely, no problem.
How much of well, let's start with, how excited are you now that you're watching this happen full fold, right? You've seen the events in the past.
Yes.
But it's a little different now when you're leading it. So what's the difference there, and how are you feeling from that vantage point?
I definitely was a bit nervous coming in. For sure, there's always, some anxiety when you put this kind of effort into an event, and more so than that, the job that Chris Lucas has done in the past, making this event happen is big shoes to fill, and not that I've filled those shoes, but now that the event is happening and bowling is underway, it's definitely a sense of relief. You just kind of never know. It's one thing to be behind the scenes and helping and watching it happen. It's a whole nother thing to be at the forefront. So certainly a sense of relief.
Yeah, I can totally understand. I'll never know, and I gave Chris his props too. There's Dallas to try to run a tournament and live stream one. I mean, the two jobs are separate to begin with. If
Right.
You're trying to do both. Truly appreciate what he was able to do. And you can see the vision, obviously, and obviously you're going to try to take that, mold it, expand it, and continue its growth, because it's certainly on the right path. I was telling Justin, this to me, like, it feels like a regional setting just because of the players, where it is and their geographical locations.
Yes.
But it also feels very national, also because of the players.
Yes.
They just happen to live in the same area,
Right.
which, of course, Texas, Southwest, et cetera. But I could see this getting to the 10K status.
Yeah, and that's certainly the goal, and one of the one of the visions I talked about with Chris Lucas when we talked about this transition is to, you know, what needs to happen for it to go next level. Again, he's done such a great job in the past, and but we definitely talked about how we could help this tournament grow in the sense that, as you mentioned, the reach and the span. So definitely the goal is for it to grow in that direction. Obviously having a, you know, Plano Super Bowl behind us is a big step, you know, in that direction. So we just want to build off of this one. We have a date that works, which I know has been a challenge in the past because there's so much bowling down here in this area and so much competitive bowling. Not particularly a lot of scratch events, but it's nothing to be able to drive to Georgetown or Houston or San Antonio, even here in Dallas, and have a tournament, you know, every weekend. So a big challenge was the date, but I think we've settled on a date and a weekend that works, and definitely works, you know, here in the center. So I'm super excited. You know, there's Plano's got a couple of events going on Monday, so it really gives the bowlers that are traveling in a full weekend, you know, come in and bowling. So we're just trying to keep going in a positive direction. Hats off to you too, man. I appreciate
I've
you.
done absolutely nothing.
No,
I truly haven't. There's no need to thank
really.
me.
I know you keep a busy schedule. I know that because you didn't respond to me for months, but
That's because you had bad information.
that's true. That's true. No, I know you could have very easily been home with family, and especially on a holiday weekend and that sort of thing. So I appreciate you bringing your talent to the table. I certainly do. So.
I tell you, you mentioned something during our initial conversations just about growing, certainly growing the tournament, but growing relationships, and that's what I'm about. You know, it's a relationship. Life is about relationships.
Yeah.
Hopefully we keep more good ones than the negative ones.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think relationships, you know, have brought me this far, and a lot of the bowlers, you know, that are bowling the tournament, a lot of that is just based on relationships and that kind of thing. It's funny you mentioned that because Packy is you know, a big reason that I'm actually here in this position, and that again was a relationship, you know, sort of like this one, very unintentional, but it happened and developed a brand, and it started to grow, and you know, here we are.
And that brand you're referencing is Victory Bowlers, which began in 2017. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2017. I guess if I had to nail down a location, maybe I would say Wichita, but that's just because that's where I met Packy and sort of was introduced to a different side of bowling than I had really ever been involved with. And so, yeah, in 2017, we just, you know, started as sort of a platform to just help, you know, grow the sport in a positive direction, and provide bowlers with an opportunity. And Packy was, you know, the first bowler that really saw my vision and took advantage of that. And you know, we've had this very, very strong relationship since 2017, and you know, he really pushed me to a certain extent to continue this vision. And it went, you know, from one aspect to another, and you know, to hosting tournaments, and then to just you know, focus on branding and just finding other sort of non-traditional ways to grow this sport and promote it.
Heck, he almost left something that would have made for an interesting piece of content on the House Bowling channel. I'm glad that the 10 pin did fall. Now he'll probably make this.
That's
On cue.
definitely had a chance when it left his hand.
I was like, oh boy. We got Packy. Packy again moving right. Forgot my guy's name. Justin was telling me you talked about him this morning. He's got the dope Joker-looking jersey.
Yeah, Rafael Medina. He's a Venezuelan guy who is local and has been hot lately. He has been, you know, he made a commitment about a year ago. He's good friends with Ildemaro, and he made a commitment about a year ago to really hone in on bowling. He got his card, bowled a couple of regionals, and has really focused on, you know, getting better and bowling a lot of the scratch events and the regional events. And I mean, it's showing. Like he and Ildemaro bowled a scratch doubles tournament a few weeks back, and I want to say they won the tournament, but certainly, yeah, Rafael Medina has really started to get his name out there, you know, as of late. And I think a lot of that has been him working with Ildemaro and being in Ildemaro's tutelage.
Let's look at Packy's 5-7 make. Spud.
Yeah, Spud Warren, man. Spud's he's an interesting character.
I'm a little disappointed. I know why we had to move away from the names, obviously, but his name was Spud earlier, which was fantastic.
Yes.
It was in the machine as Spud, as we talked about for those of you who joined us earlier this morning on the short pattern.
Spud and Squeaks.
Well, folks, we've got our next score update. And did I write down where's my cut numbers? I didn't write down the last one. So after 10, it was
18, I think, right?
Plus 18. I've been trying to keep track all day. And now we've had our first, we just had our next significant jump, and I asked Justin what he thought the cut number would be or how many pins. And he was pretty close. Now it is plus 36. Anthony Simonson, 265 in game 11. Ryan Barnes, 202, but Simonson reclaims the lead.
Wow.
Plus 209 for Simonson. Barnes is now second at plus 170. Nathan Bohr third at plus 133. Dallas Leong is fourth at plus 116. James Fugit plus 95 in fifth. Connor Fleming set himself a nice day. He is 77 over in sixth place. Stu Williams seventh at plus 71. Eric Jones eighth at plus 69. Andrew Bonin, he's been a popular person in the chat, plus, where are we at? 68. He's ninth. Chris Delaney did take a fall, of course, as you anticipate, but he's still in the number, plus 61. At the moment, he's 10th. Ildemaro Ruiz is 11th at plus 37. Corey Umbrello, since game 8, the last game on short, he's gone 267, 248, 214, 227. He is now plus 36 and 12th. Diana Zavjalova, who we thought was going to pop into the number, was still a couple back previously. She's still a couple back after shooting 217. He's plus 31, and John Burkett now coming off a 245 game. In fact, he's got two games in the 240s in the first 3 here on the long pattern. He's plus 10. Packy did fall to minus 12. Matt McGill, same thing, he's at minus 10. Although Matt McGill is moving in the right direction. This thing's far from over, but there is a little bit more separation now, to where some players who are now in the minus 40, minus 60 range are starting to run out of games, run out of time possibly. Because that top 12, really the top, I would say 16 to 17, 18 at this point, those might be the folks vying for the number, unless, of course, we see some big games from some people late here.
Yeah, I think now, and you know, we ran the sweeper last night on this long pattern, and I think this is about the point we will start to see that separation, you know, start to take place. The thing that we noticed last night on the sweeper is that, you know, early on in the pattern on the fresh pairs, the scores were certainly higher, but in some of the later, you know, burn squads on the sweeper, we noticed a real significant drop in the score. So I wouldn't be surprised if that cut number didn't back up these last couple of games as the lanes really start to transition. You know, even with the longer pattern, we'll see. But my expectation is that we may have seen our last significant jump in the cut number.
Well, not if anybody on 31 and 32 has anything to say about it. A lot of strikes over there next door, including Chris Delaney, who was very frustrated with himself. With a 4 count in frame 3, he made it. Then proceeded to put together 3 more on top of that, and unfortunately just missed the head pin. But, you know, there's obviously some notable names in this group of 12, and we've been talking about those players. But, you know, individuals, as I was telling Justin, and we were conversating about players who may not bowl regularly on tour, but, you know, especially in a state like Texas, right? There's a lot of players who don't bowl regularly on tour,
right,
but win a lot.
Right.
They win a lot of local, state, regional, and that is still in play. Like, Chris Delaney could win this tournament.
Yes.
I mean, like, that's a really good example. I don't know James, but I've watched him bowl this morning.
Yeah, James.
Pretty solid player.
Yeah, he's a SASBA guy, so he bowls a lot of the over 50 tournaments, but converted a few years back from one-handed to two-handed, and since doing so has been, you know, highly successful and consistent. I watched him bowl a tournament about a month, maybe 6 weeks ago, where I was really able to watch him bowl, and man, he throws it good. He throws it really good. He's soft, which is obviously, you know, playing in his favor. Here, I see he had a bad last game. I'm not sure what pair he's coming off of, but he's you know, quiet guy, kind of stays in his lane, but throws it very good. And, you know, a SASBA bowl, so he bowls 2 or 3 competitive tournaments a month. So I was definitely not surprised when he wanted to sign up for something like this. I mean, he's obviously is a guy that can be, you know, competitive. Same, you know, with Burkett.
Oh yeah.
You know, who's just out. But just talking about some of those SASBA guys that bowl those tournaments regularly, just to compete that or maintain that sort of competitive nature. Those are 2 guys that do it consistently.
Talking about getting the ball to lay off. Miguel Amaro, he's starting to put together a nice little run here too. Everybody's had a little bit of a roller coaster, and you would anticipate that, obviously, in a 2-pattern event.
Tricks. This may be where we start to see some of those tricks from these guys. And you mentioned Chris Delaney. You know, I'm not sure if I know a bowler in the area that puts in the work more than Chris.
You said the same thing Justin said.
Yeah, he's constantly practicing, bowling tournaments, learning his equipment, doing those extra things to gain that competitive edge and advantage. And, you know, his father, John, maybe 2 to 3 years ago, he made a commitment, and he's been out on the PBA 50 tour, you know, and regional tour, bowling some stops and that sort of thing. So I think they both, you know, made that commitment, and it's showing. I mean, John has cashed in a few of the PBA 50 events, and you know, you mentioned Chris here, and here he is, you know, in the number and trending in the right direction.
He's got to hang on. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, that sounds like these are 4 long games coming up too, right? 4 of the longest games of some people's lives about to happen.
Yes. Yes, it has been a marathon day of bowling thus far, and like you said, with four games to go, it's certainly not going to get any easier. I've had several people ask me about the patterns.
Yeah, how did you come up with what's the method to the madness, if you will? Shout out to Casey, by the way.
Yeah, Casey Parcells. Yeah, it's really a very simple equation. You email John Janowitz.
That's a great start. Just a great start off the bat.
You email John Janowitz.
Didn't even have to be about bowling.
No, no, and you express the vision, and you trust him after that. And I've worked with John previously. I did a scratch tournament here a few years ago, and he assisted me with that. And so when I reached out for Ironman, it was something he was very familiar with, and you know, he's crazy knowledgeable about every center across the country. So he knew some of the dynamics of Plano and the new lane beds, and taking all of that into account and my input as to kind of where I wanted the scoring pace to be. He shot me something, and here we are. So blame John.
No, that's both patterns, very fair.
Yeah, no, I'm super pleased, and just feedback from the bowlers. I think they seem to be happy. You know, they aren't. They are difficult for sure. They are definitely difficult, but not impossible. So, yeah, I think it's good. We're starting to see a little bit of shape here in the 53-foot pattern, which is good. That's kind of what happened with the short pattern. Just when people had it figured out, it was time for lunch.
Yeah, some people would have preferred to keep bowling on that. Like Corey Umbrello probably would have shot another 260 the way he was going.
Yes, yes. Corey is our current Texas Masters champion. Yeah, I watched him bowl that entire weekend. He put on a clinic. I was excited, too, to hear from him to come in and bowl Ironman.
Trey. Patterns, plural.
Yes, yes. Tell you, Trey runs a heck of a tournament out in East Texas in Longview doubles. I mean, I think that's what every tournament director wants, right? Is longevity, and you know, something that's a challenge that bowlers sort of earmark, you know, annually. And Trey has certainly figured that out with long view doubles. I know I personally look forward to it, and I've never bowled it.
Chris Delaney just gave a boom. I got to tell you, this could be the most interesting 2:30 game I've ever seen. And this is after, for those of you who've been watching for a little bit, Chris Delaney, for 4 frames, the first 4 frames had 1 strike, 2 splits, and I think a mismakeable. But he didn't look comfortable. He didn't have much on the pair. And he just started throwing it at the head pin. Like, legit started throwing it at the head pin, caught a double. I think he had 3 in a row. He missed the single pin in the 10th frame, but he saved it. Rare to say, a save of 160.
Oh, wow.
But he was trending in the 130 range. And he comes over now to this pair. And you look at the counts. 4 count, back-to-back 6 counts. I mean, this is going to be one of the more intriguing 2:30 games.
Yeah, like you said, with a 4 count and 2 6 count.
Nathan Bohr off to your right. Nathan had a chance at a, he still does, but it was a big game opportunity there. He puts himself in position to shoot 260 if he strikes there. Well, somebody must have knew I was coming to Texas. I see the Rangers and White Sox baseball on TV. From Chicago, nonetheless.
Are you a White Sox guy or a Cubs guy?
I'm a White Sox guy. Oh, don't say it. See, this thing was going well. And had the makings of, you know, this could be a cool relationship. And now you're already throwing forks, throwing stones.
Oh, it's.
I asked Cully that earlier. Because he's wearing a White Sox hat today. He's a hat guy, though.
He is a hat guy.
He said I think he got the hat from either Anthony or Sean.
He is a hat guy.
And but I think he did say he had a family that was from, I don't know exactly from Chicago, but he did say up north.
Okay.
But that's a nice. When I did live here, and the White Sox would come to Texas, of course, to play, I did try to go every time. What's your favorite sport or sports? I'm assuming that based on some conversations, hoops might be in the mix.
Yeah. I enjoy watching. Basketball. You know, the bigs. I enjoy watching a little football. You know, I'm an avid sports fan. I mean, I imagine I would watch table tennis if.
Yeah, it's dope.
If it was on.
For real.
During COVID, I watched a lot of table tennis. I actually did. Yep.
Chris Delaney, folks, 235. Pretty impressive. Nice comeback, too. That's the kind of comeback to where, you know, he hasn't cemented a spot in the top 12 by any stretch. A lot of games left still. But the mental, like, that was a mental win. Right, just as viewers, you take that and you go, okay, he saved 160 because it was going nowhere, and then comes over here, had the possibility of not shooting 230 simply because of the counts he left. Right. If you leave 4, not a good probability of making the spare. If you leave 6, right, probability not as good as if you leave 8 or 9.
Right.
And he makes 230 out of that. Pretty impressive game.
Yeah. No, I think just as much physical work as he has done, he's, you know, also put in the work to become better mentally, which we both know is a big part of this sport, really any sport, right? But bowling, because things change so quickly, mental can either be good or it can be very bad.
No doubt. Wanted to see tomorrow's Phil shot there. He shoots 213. Packy had to grind his way to 199. That was a complete grind, including the 5-7 make in the 3rd frame.
That's right. Yep, that's right.
That's a true professional game that Packy just had. It was
Yeah.
similar to what Chris just did, but just in a different way.
Yeah, so you got, I mean, if he misses any of those spares, that game could be disaster. But like you said, to spare the 5-7 and stay clean, now look how big that is.
Diana 4-pin. She's going to be in the 190s with a spare. Nathan Board did get the first one in the 10th. Let's go back down to 33 and 34.
Bowlers, this is your last call for the second set of brackets. So if you want to get in, please come to the bracket table now. Thank you.
Last call for the second set of brackets. Oh! I don't know what tripped that from the back, but that break gets Nathan in the 240s. Someone asked, are you going to run another Ironman this year? Someone in the chat asked that. I don't know if that was sarcasm or just a legit question, but
No,
I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, very, very fair. Again, you know, because bowling is so rich in this area, you have guys, Dino Castillo and his group, and Tyson, what he's done here. And we mentioned Trey's tournament, and then we have the tournaments in Houston and the Latin tournaments. It just becomes very difficult to find a date, you know, that works between the regional events and the national events. And that's really what this tournament is, right? We draw off the fact that it's on a good weekend and a good day where we can really attract talent from everywhere. And so, you know, it's something I would consider, but because the calendar stays so full, it's just so difficult to find a date, you know, that works. And
Dates
again,
are important.
yeah, I mean, it's big. And like I said, with the scratch tournament of this magnitude or whatever, you want to really be able to make it available to as many people as possible. So, you know, the date is just really the thing. I mean, you know, it's very difficult to put tournaments like this together and attract the talent and get the guys in and the ladies and whatnot. But certainly something I would consider, you know, down the line. But that calendar, that calendar is full, man.
It is a difficult one. All right, CT, I know you've got to do some things as well. We're going to have another Chris into the booth, so I appreciate my guy CT. Pleasure, first of all. Thank you again for having me.
Absolutely.
And I know you will do great things and continue what has already been a great start to this event over the course of its brief history.
No, I appreciate that, man. I definitely do appreciate that. And again, just glad to have you here, and we got this partnership. You know, we'll go from here. I'll jump back in a little bit later because I do want to talk about our sponsors and the people that made this all possible. But yeah, I'm gonna turn it over to a Hall of Famer.
That's a good idea.
All right, thank you.
That is Chris Turner. And there is another Chris who will join us here. As a CT kind of teased, he's a Hall of Famer. So I'll give you all a guess of who that could be. A Chris that's in the Hall of Fame.
A downgraded Chris. That's what this is. So
What?
went from the cool one to the other one. That's right.
We welcome to Bullstream TV, Chris Barnes. CB, how you doing?
I am great. I get to listen to the smooth stylings.
Well, I appreciate you.
So,
I do.
Kid Bowl, he's doing all right.
What you doing? What are you doing here?
What am I doing? I was supposed to bowl here, but
Well, I saw you yesterday. I thought you were going to.
yeah, that was the plan. I did a bunch of ball work, and planes, trains, and automobiles the last couple days, and then I bowled last night, and about halfway through game one, I'm like, oh, my back was started to act up, and like, you know what, this is.
You got a lengthy schedule to still handle.
I've been going since January, and the 50 tour has been a little bit less successful than I anticipated, and so I did a bunch of span and grip changes and some other stuff. Went back to some old pitches and all that, and I just rolling it out here didn't really seem like the plan. On top of, and then last night cemented it when I actually had to pull up a couple of times. Back injuries popping in. So
how will that or might it affect your whatever was next on your schedule?
Well, yeah, we go from here. We got Baton Rouge next week with that group, and then driving to Vegas with part of our group, which is Dan Knowlton, and so driving out, helping him drive his rig out there. So,
what does he have?
A very nice RV.
Oh, nice.
So,
okay.
Yeah. Oh, 4.9 from 27 with a urethane ball.
What's been the take, your take on what we've seen from the long pattern so far here? Because there's been some high scores, obviously.
You can throw a lot further left on the left side than you can throw it right on the right side, and that Ryan's urethane ball hooks about 8 more than his reactive balls do. Which it's something we see. Actually, we started to keep track of it, but for a long time, now. Oh, he slid it in front. Nice. How's that? And this is a working theory, so I want you to take this with a very big grain of salt. But, the Brunswick machine doesn't lay the oil down as fast, and then doesn't have reverse. And the Kegel also doesn't lay down as fast as it used to, and then they cut off the reverse with 7 or 8 feet to go for some of that same reason, because they want to carry over. But that means the front hooks, the front 3-4 feet hooks a lot in most places. Well, this one, it's intentional. But the thing that we've noticed when they've stopped using that cutoff and actually running back and creating what used to be called a launch pad, is that urethane doesn't look very good, or as good as it does in other tournaments with similar distances. Hasn't been enough to really know, but if you'd have told me by looking at this pattern that 53 feet and that urethane would hook more than reactive, to call me skeptical would have been kind. But literally watching his ball, I watched him throw a reality and some other balls in the sweeper the other day, and they hooked in the front and then they backed up, and this doesn't hook as much in the front and then continues far more down lane. Now, still not a lot, but relative. He can get it to the 3-pin and actually get it to roll back up and have a chance to strike, let alone most people, once they get it to the 3-pin, if they can get it to touch the head pin and hopefully only leave the 2-pin, that's a win. And so it's interesting. But some of the field is separating quite a bit. But pretty nice job between the variance in the two patterns. You have to have two pretty big skill sets in general to battle these two patterns. And so no surprise to see Simo lurking around up the top. No surprise to see Nathan on anything that's hard ever in the history of bowling. He's always around there. And so Stu's now crawled his way back in after a very grinding looking like, followed by a very 17-year-old looking like 2 games in a row. 300. I guess he waited a game, didn't he? He didn't like almost double century himself, but
yeah,
he had a 2-0 in between the 300 and the 150.
He went 2-0, 300, 220, 150.
Oh, he had a couple games in there. I knew he was grinding to begin with. We were watching from
it was tough
from home, and they didn't look like any fun. That 30, you get under 40 feet on those flat patterns, and it just makes them even harder than the old traditional 40-foot flat U.S. Open pattern was back 15 years ago, I guess, 20 years ago almost now. And so, yeah, they look plenty challenging.
They were tough this morning.
Yeah.
And then
And that's in a good building. This is a place that.
Where'd they go? 27 and 28. Just like today, or no, today, but both games, two different patterns. People go to game 2, 27-28, and just light it up. I don't know if it was just that pair.
There's some good pairs in the place for sure that stand out, but there's a lot. Carry's good in this place, period. And so, you know, even though they're really hard, it gives some room to shoot some scores where, you know, some of the dungeons, like old Red River days and some of the, you know, old places, and just the kickbacks are dead and flat gutters feel like they're a foot deep, and
no love there.
Not a lot, but you know, this is traditionally one of the highest scoring centers, you know, in North Texas or South Texas or South in general, and does make some reward if you can get it to the pocket. Don't have to have quite as much angle as you do some other places. So I'm a little disappointed to not feel like 100%, but I felt like everything going on, mentally being tired, and then I needed to be 100% to bowl against kids on an all-day, you know, 16-hour. The toughest test in Texas is probably a pretty, that's fairly accurate. It's grind.
How many times did you bowl before?
3 times, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I missed it one year for, I think it was senior tour. I missed it for last year. And then the 2 before that. Well, Ryan actually beat me in the match play maybe 3 years ago when he won this. And this is well before, I guess bluntly, he was just a 2-hander. A lot of power, not necessarily, wouldn't have called it the shot makers. Yeah. You know, 2 different patterns that are really hard. And you're like, this is a good experience. This is one of those things, like when I came out of college, I was coming down here and bowling those 3-game double elimination tournaments, and you'd see Norm and Del Ballard and Robert Lawrence and Ozio, and like you had a real litmus test of what really great bowling looked like. Yeah, I mean, that's just wild. He just gets it up to 12 and it rolls off of it like it's supposed to.
That's crazy.
And it didn't make me want to come and bowl. Try and beat him on that. No, but, you know, and they'd run them in the morning. They're super tight. And then by night, of course, you're just falling back. Sometimes you're just playing Brooklyn on purpose because you can't get the right side of the head pin anymore. And I learned a ton about bowling. And so I wanted him to go bowl a bunch of these type of tournaments, even though
right,
really certainly wouldn't have called him a favorite. He was cheap in the Calcutta that year.
Not today.
And not as much today. But even so, not a pick of the litter in this thing, I don't believe. So, yeah, I mean, it's a – but he's come a long ways. And so, you know, somebody that's really bowling well is that guy. And that's not his best shot. But John Burkett is finally healthy for the first time in about 4 years. Had a ski accident, had another one, and wrist injuries, a bunch of other stuff going on, knee injury at one point. The side effect of the wrist injury, he had to learn how to throw it slower to get his ball to hook enough. And now his wrist is finally healthy, and so he can move in and do, you know, it's not compared to the kids and the 2-handers,
sure,
but, you know, he's going to make some noise on the 50 tour because he's just as healthy as he's really been in 5 or 6 years.
I briefly talked to him this morning, and he's talking about how he might do, and I'm like, well, you got plenty of time today. I mean,
yeah,
there's plenty of games to make up any kind of deficits today.
Yeah, well, and he's in that hunt already, and you know, the thing he's actually working on most at the moment is just his spare game. You know, which this is a great place to practice it. About 6-7 times a game on average. That's if you're bowling good.
Well, I'll tell you, Chris Delaney, we just talked about his spare shooting. A 4-count spare, 2 6-count spares surrounded by strikes. He shot 230.
230. That was looking at 190.
Yeah, and
something in the face.
In the previous game, he had 3 splits in the first 4 frames and was looking at 130. Starts throwing it at the head pin, kind of what you just talked about. Tough pair, trying to get it through the fronts.
Just survive in advance for a game for a
Got
couple frames. And
got the 160, then shoots 230.
yeah, waiting for Packy to kind of jump in this mix. He's actually right in front of our booth here, and he's been on the struggle. And kind of coming off a tough year on tour for him, relatively speaking, as well. So,
speaking of Ryan Barnes, he's the new leader at plus 229. He's got 2 games of 250 or better in the last 3. Anthony Simonson drops to second at plus 222. Nathan Bohr is third at plus 179. Connor Fleming is fourth at plus 125. Stu Williams, 221, 246. The last 2, he's fifth at plus 117. James Fugit is sixth at plus 112. The aforementioned Chris Delaney, 7th now at plus 96. Dallas Leong is 8th at plus 84.
top 2 or 3 buys, correct?
Yes, top 2 get the 2-round bye, so they basically go to the semis.
Okay.
3 and 4 get the 1-round bye.
Gotcha. Two and 1 buy. Okay.
Yep.
That makes more sense.
Eric Jones, 10th at plus 64. Ildemaro hanging in there, plus 50, he's 11th. And Andrew Bonin, who's been around that number all day, he is 12th at plus 47.
Just been on the grind.
Diana Zavjalova just can't break through. She's been 13th for the last 3 games.
And she was earlier this morning, too, when I was watching. Sneaking around that number. Just literally could come down to a little 3-frame stretch where you just go, just put a well-timed 3-bagger together and could flop the number.
It could be interesting. John Burkett, as you just mentioned, now plus 20.
Okay.
He's 14th. Matt McGill is plus 15. And then Packy is 16th at minus 13.
I guess John might not have finished very well earlier today. I didn't, because I thought he was, I guess he 140, 180, 170 to finish. We were on our way out about that time, so I missed, because I thought he was up there earlier.
He was.
And
if you're just joining us, this is game 5 of 8, and what would be game 13 overall. That includes 8 games on the short this morning. That took place at 9 a.m. Central Time. Long pattern to finish out qualifying, and then we'll get into match play. The top 12 do advance to match play.
37-foot flat and 53-foot flat. With some speed bumps and some other things just to make it more interesting.
Okay, so I knew I wasn't tripping. And that's also how I know that I have learned something in the many years that I've been doing this now. Because on the short, I'm like, I was watching bowling balls, even though they were urethane. I'm like, they're hitting the spot down lane where they should start creeping up the hill.
Especially on 37 feet.
And they started to back up. And I'm like, that looks very speed bumpish to me.
Well, and you're around the master of it. Nick Hogan was doing them on tour, back in the early 2000s, and that's the first time. And we didn't know what to call it, but that's basically what we started calling it. Then was a speed because your ball would start to pick up, and then it just looked like it gets punched in the face a little bit, and it kind of stutters and loses some momentum and some rev rate, and then it has to start kind of gaining traction again, and becomes a tool for a lot of things. Scoring pace, sometimes urethane, to slow it down. Sometimes it's slow it down angles, so it's not just a big wheel, throw it from 5th arrow to 5 and get it to hook off. When you put that speed bump down lane, it really slows down that part you're talking about, where 37 feet. At some point, it should carry down enough on the right that you just get left and you shove it that way, and then that's normally when the right-handers get to play, either catch up or go run away and hide from the left-handers, and that will stop that happening in a hurry. Tough.
That's a Not
Yeah,
quite a heartbreaker, but
199 instead of, it was a game he had a chance to put one on him early, basically 3 splits for 200.
Burkett is letter A on 37 and 38.
Linda's son is letter B.
Is Troy your son?
I don't think he claims it. He's having a good time. He's working on the pro shop here for Chris Warren. Yeah, that looks like his dad's ball.
First time it didn't have quite the ferociousness, if you will. Again, from urethane, as we talked about.
Yeah, pitch black, and so it's an advantage he doesn't get to use on the regular tour much. So that'll get your hand pretty strong when you start making those 78 hardness ones hook enough, and then you actually get a chance to throw one that's down in the
And now he's
in
leaving
the 70s
Deadwood.
or high 60s, and they hook a mile more.
Now he's leaving Deadwood everywhere.
I know, crazy. That's his mom, for sure. But that'll make it a little harder to catch up. I can't see what Nathan's shooting right now.
He's got
oh, he's right here in front of us.
119 in the 5th. I'll check him out. He's bottom right of your screen if you're watching at home. Be full screen here in a moment. Eric Jones, 2 in the 10th here, and he could be looking at a game into 220s with good count on the fill.
And he really bowled good on this pattern in the sweeper.
Oh,
You know, and obviously last couple of years really proved himself as a breakthrough player. First did it in the region, and started running over everybody as a teenager, and now he's doing it on the big tour too. So I guess Nathan's pair is only in the 7th frame.
yeah, they've got a few frames to go.
A deliberate player.
Well, where did he learn that? What school did y'all go to?
Yes, Brian went there too. New era though. Yeah, that was starting to admire. Basically, every slow player on tour is actually from college. Started at Wichita and traveled outward. A lot of bowling news in the last couple weeks. Unfortunately, not
Yeah.
particularly great
Right.
news.
Not good in
No.
the collegiate bowling space.
No, that's. I mean, it's just wild. A couple of years ago, SFA was talking about building a bowling center on campus, and
Yeah, that's terrible news.
yeah, it's one of the side effects from NIL that I don't think any of us really saw coming. Oh, boy wonder. Look who's here.
What's up, chat?
Brian Barnes says, "What's up, chat?" Let's check out Nathan Bohr.
I'm good. I'm just taking a peek, walking around.
Brian did shoot 236.
Yeah. Nathan's on a good game here. I'm sure he's just checking Simo and Nathan. Those are 2 chasers for that top seed now with, for him, 3 games to go.
Well, it is a big, big advantage, all things considered.
Yeah, you don't mind being in the top 4, guaranteed. That's worst places to be. So, is that right? Top 4, top 8?
Yeah, he would go right into the semifinals. I did it like 4 times in my head earlier. I'm like,
Okay.
wait, what? Let me make sure. So I went through the bracket in my head based on lanes
Top
that
8.
were used.
So you have 5 through 8, or 5 through 12 is an 8. Then you're down to another 8,
Right.
and then you're down to a 4. So, top 2 get, semifinals.
Yeah, those first 2 matches, the 5-12, or first 4, I should say, 5-12, 6-11, 7-10, 8-9. Unless those matches aren't happening concurrently,
Yeah.
which I think they would. But then the 3-4 would bowl effectively the winners of those matches, which would make sense. See, now I'm questioning.
Yeah,
that.
actually, I'm not sure that
Right.
that's. I don't think it's
That doesn't-
semifinals. I
doesn't
think
make
it's
sense.
no. I think you have 6 guys left at that point. I'll have to see it.
Text message time.
just out here spewing out all kinds of bad information. Don't listen to me.
Because now I'm like, we went through it like 4 times earlier. Let's just write it down. 5 versus 12, 6 versus 11, 7 versus 10, 8 versus 9. So you got to have winners there. There's 4 winners.
Maybe I can look up a flyer somewhere. Probably. Perhaps there's an answer.
Rich Barnes is in the booth with us. Gets to hang out for a little bit. I don't know how long he'll stay.
Got 3 buys for the top 2.
Oh, there we go.
So they do get to the
3 buys.
semifinals. That's how they get there.
3. That makes sense. Samsonite.
Single game.
He's way off.
3 and 4 get 2 buys. So they go the 5 through 12 go from
Now it makes sense.
go to 4, and then they go to 2.
So
then
those
they
folks
join.
bowl each other.
Then they join 3 and 4.
Right.
And then that group joins 1 and 2. So you are right. The 1 and 2 get the semifinals. That's huge. 2 matches to win versus 4.
Yeah, we were counting the games earlier. That's how we got there.
Yeah.
So instead
That's
of
what it
bowling,
used to be a best of 3, or
that I don't know.
race might have been a race to 2 kind of thing. I think when Ryan beat me, that's what it was. I think I take that back. I think it was 1 game because you had 2 patterns, 1 game thing. So
It's a big shot there for Dallas.
yeah, he's in that hunt there with Stu, and Nathan's kind of gapped out from the field, but you got Dallas, you got Delaney, you got Stu. Off the top of my head.
Yeah, James is there.
That's right.
Actually, Corey Umbrello's there now. Well,
There
how
you
about Umbrello? Shoot.
Come on.
He had, this is his line, 183, 164, 204, 224, 171, of course, on short, 156, 178.
Uh-oh.
Then he shoots 268 to close out the short pattern. Since that time, he's gone 248, 214, 227, 246. That's all today.
He's not hating along. And the sweeper kind of told that story. That might be coming that way just a little bit,
Right.
but you never know. You run it one time over at the house shot, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's but the Portsiders did pretty well in the sweeper. I think they're 1, 2, 4, and maybe just 1, 2, 4. I don't know.
Well,
Ryan was
Packy-
in the middle of it.
Yeah, Packy won.
Packy, Eric, and Scott Butts from Platinum. And I think Umbrella was up in that range too. So I thought he was 5th, but so I thought maybe it'd be that way. It hasn't really looked as much of that, just eyeballing it right now. But it's the hardest thing when you bowl on 2 different patterns is it's trying to get both sides to be able to play 2 different parts of the lane.
I'm going to fast track you here
Okay.
to
Getting out of the booth?
no.
Oh,
to match play.
okay.
In your experience bowling dual pattern events, I know it's more from the mindset perspective, just because like there's additional information you got to keep track of.
Yeah.
You're managing 2 lanes. You're doing that all the time, but now they're intent, right? Because one is one and the other has this pattern on it.
Mm-hmm.
Typically speaking, how do you and how would you advise someone to handle a dual pattern event, especially what's on the line, the things you should keep in the forefront when you're trying to manage all that information?
In theory, I had the most success keeping a similar, not angles. I didn't try and play same angles, although guys that could. When that's possible, obviously they bowl the best. Right. They can just switch balls and play out on both. Then that works pretty well. But ideally, you wanted to keep similar hand action and pressure. So even if I could kind of keep things in the stock part of your game and less in the feel part of it, so that you're just, I'm a little firmer, but I'm standing in the middle, my normal starting spot, and maybe a little straighter, and then the other lane I'm up the front set of dots, but all the rest of the pace. And So I'm not trying to change
Too
three
much.
things on each lane and go back and forth, but go, hey, I'm kind of medium with my hand, I'm doing something pretty normal, and then this lane I'm also pretty normal, I'm rolling it on both, and then just changing angles. But I used to practice that way a lot, and I don't know that people do anymore, because now you just throw urethane if you want to play straight and throw it how you want to throw it. And, you know, so it's kind of changed how controlling the back end of the lane or something, you know, that kind of thing is. So I guess that's what I'd be looking for now, is that, hey, I'm not trying to knock the holes out of it on the long and throw it super slow and then throw it really firm and miss it at the bottom on the short. I mean, so you have to be super, super dialed in with your game to be able to go back and forth and be great at visualization and those kind of things to really see and get into the right mode to throw the quality shots back to back. But I do think that's where most of it breaks down on tour, where you see guys that are really good on tour doing something don't do so good sometimes on those dual patterns because they don't like going back and forth between different speeds, but they're all feel, and it's just too hard to go from short and rolling it to slow and rolling it to, you know, firmer and getting around it and going back and forth. It's just not how people practice that much anymore, because you don't bowl in the morning and then bowl on them all day anymore.
Right.
Now, I do still transition plenty, but not like where you played the gutter on A squad in the morning and then, you know, 18 games later you're lofting the left gutter cap, and, you know, it's just a completely different thing.
Packy can sheet here to get to +2. He got the first one in the 10th. Dallas did shoot 238.
Yeah, Packy's not necessarily a guy you're going to be real happy about to see if he can sneak his way into the back end of this this step ladder.
Good shot.
It's actually been working a little bit at his game and trying to do some different things, and so, you know, trying to get his swag back a little bit. And it looks pretty close right now, so.
What ball shapes have you seen that have been successful, minus urethane, of course, and I think urethane has been bowler specific today, even especially on short this morning.
Yeah, I think you have to have some pretty good speed control. Now, I didn't get to watch as many left-handers this morning as obviously not being in the building. Whoa.
Whoa.
Packy's a guy who obviously, when he was at Brunswick early, didn't have a urethane ball, you know, until they purchased Ebonite. And so he was a guy we felt like gathered a lot of different skills to keep up with all the urethane that was going on, especially with the Purple Hammer at the time, and got a lot of respect from guys like, wow, he's really. And then he got to throw it, and then had some fantastic years, and now with Black, as they went to harder ones, then he got to use some of that other skill set, which served him pretty well last year, not as much this year. So I don't know exactly what's going on, why he didn't see it as well, and obviously something like Jesper, Jacob, Graham Faw, who are guys I don't think they have higher rev rate, but they don't necessarily have a significant different advantage, or his skill set allows him to do most of the things that they do. Maybe not so much Jesper. Jesper's his own cat there. That's 600 RPMs and plays hold and can throw it really firm.
Did he win today?
He did.
I didn't catch the end of the show, but it was on here at Plano during the break.
Yeah, I didn't. I just.
Sorry if we just spoiled that. My apologies to the YouTube people. I'm sorry, chat. I know y'all always talk about that. I truly am sorry. But it was on. I'm sorry. But anyway, go ahead. Go ahead. Are we winning 8-4, by the way? Oh, my gosh. The White Sox have scored 8 runs. It's because I'm here. I know it.
You're in Texas talking about we and talking about the other team.
Just saying, bro.
Oh, come on now.
I don't get many victories.
Not with that's no.
So
no,
you gotta let me live.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair.
So the 600 RPM, while we have a moment here, Chris Barnes, by the way, in the chat. Yeah, I won't go too QA crazy, folks, but you've got a question for someone who is of the more technical players that I've ever talked to, and I enjoy my conversations with him.
I'm happy to make up an answer.
He's happy to make up an answer. 600 RPMs plays hold with, as you talked about, with Jesper.
Yeah.
Who else on tour has these, I won't call them advantages, and I'm sure they are in certain situations, but the things that those specific or special kind of intangibles.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the right deal. There's guys that are great at everything, and there's guys that are unique that are just better than everyone else at one thing. And, you know, on the right, you got like Pete, who has an extreme amount of rotation and obviously massively skilled. I'm not saying that's a one-trick pony thing.
Right.
I'm just saying when he has it, nobody else can really copy what he's doing. And so made him super scary when on his day. Jesper's super high rev rate and plays hold. And during the same era there, 3-4 years ago, Jacob, super high rev rate, but plays hook. He was throwing it to a spot to the right, and Jesper was throwing it up against hold, and that made Jesper's pocket percentage massive. And he was just counting the fact that his speed and rev rate would knock over the 7-pin more times than not. In general, he was right. EJ has a rev rate advantage, and obviously, skill sets and Jason from left of 12-13 was maybe as scary as any bowler's ever been, and then Urethane came around and helped him be able to play, right of third arrow, and made him a complete player. Simo can do everything. That's right out of the Norm Duke mold of, hey, where do you need to play on the lane? All right, I got that. Probably the most versatile player on the planet, at least on the tour anyway. Especially when you include the fact he's actually won a title throwing a backup ball, which is insane.
Would you call it uncanny to some degree?
I'd call it.
And I know you've watched him, obviously.
He's a bowling alley rat. It's just every generation kind of builds on the last one, and with your thumb in it, you could throw a mini backup ball if you're super, super flexible, but you couldn't create that kind of rev rate and rotation, throwing a backup ball at the same time. And his ability to do basically, I practiced on it for a week, and now I'm ready to, and fearless enough, young enough, and I guess, fearless and stupidity are often just measured by who wins and who loses, but I mean, it's the fact that he could pull that out in a championship match and go and beat a left-hander. He has stones. He's kind of this generation's Tommy Jones, in my opinion. A guy who's not nobody's ever going to strike every time, but he's certainly not afraid to have the ball in his hand in that moment, and so makes him tough to bowl in any match play tournament, and he's a lot to handle. Nate the Great.
Looking to become
not the lasso version, but actually, not that one.
the first 3-time champion of the Texas Ironman.
Yeah.
He's moving certainly toward earning a spot in the top 12 and perhaps a bye. Which bye, though, is going to be the question right now for Nathan.
I guess you don't ever say it never on locked in, but he's 150 into the number with 3 to go.
He's
so
double locked in.
He
We can't give him the
miss
check
enough
mark.
spares. Yeah, he's not. I guess officially not in the wood, but barring injury, I like his chances. It's really whether he gets 3 buys or 2 buys is kind of where he's at, and like you said, it's a pretty significant advantage with you get to skip 3 rounds over the top 2, and you get to skip 2 rounds over the third, fourth, and both of those that's a big leap.
Yeah, the third and fourth also from the prize fund perspective, $5,000 of course to the winner, $3,000 for second, $1,200 apiece for third and fourth. Where's my prize fund sheet? I ran it off earlier. There is a a cashing spot for the first player who misses the cut. So 13th does get paid. $300 for 13th, 12th, and 11th.
Stu a little unhappy that they didn't pull out the insurance this year for
The
the truck.
So Justin told me that this morning after I think someone had maybe reminded him, sent him a text about it, et cetera, and so forth. So then he ran down that maybe if he was either last year or the first handful of years, but definitely last year there was an opportunity to win a truck.
Because last year too, I knew 2 years ago. I think the last time I bowled over at is it Rockwall? Rowlett. I said that twice today already. At Rowlett, that and it's got on the long, a left-hander. They were super hard. They were not good on the left that year, and he was 200 under and front 11, and the whole joint stopped. Which I believe was part of the rules. Like once you had to like front 8, they had to make an announcement.
Okay.
And so the whole place stops. Truck's on the line. Everybody knows the truck's on the line. You know, and he gave it a chance. I mean, it wasn't somebody I knew. I wasn't familiar. It was not Eric Jones. It was a guy that bowls tournaments. You know, weekend warrior kind of thing. That's not. You don't throw a lot of $50,000 shots, or now 75, whatever.
Right.
F-150 is now.
Yeah, those are. Yeah, that value is up.
Skyrocketed. You know, and he gave it a fair swing. He threw the 10th and 11th ones. I mean, I'd have bet that one of those two shots probably was not hitting the headband. Would have been my thought. And he went bang bang. I was like, it was like he might actually do this. This is amazing.
A free truck is just unheard of.
Yeah.
I haven't seen young Nash since this morning, but I've heard a lot of really good things about him. Growing in the game. I think this might be his 6th year bowling, from
Who's
what
this?
I understand. Nash Fitzgerald.
Really? Okay.
I think he just completed high school.
I'm gone so much. I don't get to see the young guys sometimes for a little while. Unless they're related to people I bowled with when I was in college, like Fleming. You know, Connor not too long ago hadn't really bowled very much. Now he's going to Sweden representing the youth team. What a great ascension his game's gone through.
Oh, good for him. I didn't know that
He won the amateur side, or qualified on the amateur side at the trials this year, and so you know, he's up at Oklahoma Christian playing baseball, and he's just a good athlete. And went through the college weight training program and the rest of the stuff, and it helped picked up some of the things he needed in his two-handed game, and became a guy.
He's good, man.
Yeah, it's
happened quick.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know his journey in regards to bowling, in regards to like in comparison to Ryan, for example.
I mean, he bowled more, but I wouldn't say, you know, it wasn't his focus either. So, game 13 update. And these guys just keep getting lucky at the top. Ryan Barnes with 236 retains a lead by 5 pins over Simonson, who shot 238. So those two are 265 and 260 over, and they have 68 pins over Nathan, who's in third at 192. Stu Williams closed the gap, though, with 240 that game. He's up to 164, and up to fourth, Connor Fleming with 230 at 158. Corey Umbrello, 265 at 147. That there's getting to be some crowded space up there for that third, fourth position now. We have Umbrello's at 147. James Fugit?
I believe it's Fugit.
Fugit?
Yeah, and he's actually on screen here.
138. And Dallas Leong at 122. And all these guys, Eric Jones at 85. So between Nathan at 192, you have 70 pins with 3 to go down to Dallas Leong. And Nathan was the low game out of that bunch at 213 on something that I thought they were going to keep getting harder. but the top 9 guys, that 10 out of the 12 shot 200, and 9 out of the 12 shot 220 or more that game at the top.
It's making it tough because Diana's still in 13th place.
At 26 over. So I'm sorry, I keep going down through. Eric Jones at 85, Chris Delaney 76 over, Ildemar Ruiz 70, Andrew Bonin 36 over, and that's the cut number. Diana Z is 26 over, 10 behind, and John Burkett is 19 over, just 17 pins off the cut. Lorenzo is 3, and Packy is 1. Matt McGill is -10, and after that it drops pretty good. Matt Powell hit a monster game, 256 there to go to -59, which if you were to keep that kind of momentum could get him back into the hunt. But you have 5 players within 46 of the number. Now all of those players are now an additional 30 more pins behind Ildemaro, so in a lot of ways it's not, we're quite down to 6 players for 1 spot, but you're getting close. And then for the buys, Anthony and Ryan have gapped out just a little bit, 68 pins over Nathan Bohr, and Nathan's 30 pins, 28 pins ahead of Stu, and then it really bunches up. You have 5 players within 40 pins right there before it drops down to Eric Jones at 85. So a lot of things still on the line here with 3 to go.
With that said, too, Nathan Bohr is in camera range. There you see Dallas Leon to the right. Missed the head pin, unfortunately. He's also at the bottom of your screen. Ryan, of course, is on 35 and 6. He's in range. Andrew Bonin is out of range. Chris Delaney's continuing to move right, but I think he's still on camera for another game or this game. James is on camera as well. Corey Umbrello might be on an in pair at this point in time.
I think he's down the low end.
Yeah, he's on
the hockey jersey down there.
He's on the low end now, so we won't see him.
He's low, probably flipping to the high. Maybe not ideal with a couple games to go. Although even the in pairs here aren't. It's not. Scores come from everywhere in here, especially on the house shot. Wow, stone 8 right in front of us. Nathan with a rare open, even though it was a 310. He's such a good spare shooter. I think he's going to miss many. And that's a smooth game. Down here, the little box down there, yeah. That's got some potential for sure.
So after watching Ryan put in the work that he's put in, how much, and even watching all the great two-handers on tour, if you had to coach two-handed players, like what would be some of those quick little nuggets of information that you would give after watching what has worked for a lot of really good people?
You watch the footwork, and the third step really has to clear in a 5-step. The third step has to get, for right-handers, has to get left and clear space for the swing to get back. And really about extending your left arm and getting as far back as possible, as straight and as long and low, really. I think we actually just had a similar conversation with Walter out while we were on the 50 tour about, he felt like everybody had to bend their elbow, and that's a one-handed thing. Even the two-handers actually are fully extended because without their thumb in it, they have so much more. They're basically like Jacob-like flexibility. And you don't have to be double jointed to have it, literally resting on your forearm. So, by and large, it is resting on your forearm. And so that arm can be straight, and you need as much length to create as much swing speed as possible. But even Belmo is perfectly straight in a position in the back. So after that, it has to do with head levels and some of that thing. There's still, even though you're much more forward than a traditional player, the guys that don't dive at it as much, tend to be more consistent. And you watch, by and large, a lot of the guys that kind of hop skip. There's still some of both, but you're seeing less and less of that. Belmo took it out of his game and went from being a power guy to a power with a bunch of really high accuracy guy, and that's when he separated from the field. That's some, 10, 12 years ago, I guess it was. 12, 14 years ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That happened fast.
Just remember, he came back from we came back to a fall tour, and like, hey, that doesn't look the same. I'm like, I had to watch it a little bit. I'm like, he took the hop out, and his top end speed went down a little bit, which made his ability to throw it hard and play to the right a little worse, but it has made his ability to hit his target with a super high speed and accuracy ratio went way up, and then all of a sudden he became the guy that he looked like he could be. All of a sudden he was.
Thank you, Mrs. Fleming, by the way. I mentioned that earlier, but and I mentioned it in a good shot there, Nathan. I mentioned it in a way that not knowing, I didn't get a chance to talk with Connor, but I saw a Connor Fleming on the Wichita State developmental team, excuse me, the pre-selected roster, and I said, oh, but you don't want to assume there could be a lot of Connor Flemings out there, but Connor is headed to Wichita State.
He is. There's my wife, as a San Jose alum, has happily offered up her Wichita State gear to Andrea.
That's funny.
And Paul is, a fellow member of the cheapest club.
I'll say Paul might be begrudging as a Nebraska, only as a Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, the Clone Huskers aren't known to wear the black and gold much, and so, I might let him borrow a hoodie or two so he can fit in, for a couple of years. He can see what it feels like to be,
That's great.
Yeah.
You got a little bit of bragging rights.
No,
on
actually,
friends
he beat our team for a national title. So.
Oh well, then yeah.
Yeah, he's got the ultimate one up. Yeah. It's a little like NC State winning the national championship, but over Phi Slamma Jamma. But nonetheless, they were the one with the trophy.
Big ball change there for Nathan.
Yeah, a couple. It's been a rough game with a 310 and a washout. He's got a little bit of it going both ways, and that's not characteristic for him. Ryan down there with the spare and a 5-bagger, so he's trying to make this uneventful for the buys.
Well, it's interesting because Simonson is going to join us on camera on 27 and 28. And he's actually going to finish on 29 and 30. Ryan Barnes is going to finish on 31 and 32.
Yeah, well, as fate has it sometimes, right? All spare game. That's not what he wanted. Simon just walked by and said, I got an all spare game going. So
he probably made the walk too. See how.
Yeah, I mean, really, with those two, Nathan is the only guy that can really catch them without going nuts.
Right.
And Nathan's not right now. No doubles, got one open. He just walked down. Simon to see what Ryan's doing. Ryan's got a 6-bagger, so he's gapping out now from. So it's going to be from 70 pins up now. He stretched that with 102 to go. It makes it a pretty tall task.
Dallas has struck in the 7th, the bottom of your screen. He's got 246 left. 3 frames to go here, game 6. We're nearing the end of qualifying. 16 total games. We had 8 this morning on the short. And, of course, now near the end of game 6 here on the long pattern. before we move into bracket match play.
See if they're in the scores. C Bowler's really having problems with his strike ball, but excellent spare shooter on the.
I'm not going to lie
on
to
this
you.
left lane. It's not for everyone. It's a tricky strategy.
I have looked down. Let me refresh this too. 'Cause I've looked down a couple times and go, that's an interesting game.
Yeah, what? I just looked at two.
Knowing that that's the blind in the in scoring or in center scoring.
Yeah.
But it has caught me off guard once or twice.
Yeah.
I go, oh, that is really interesting. I mean, kudos to that player.
Right. Good comeback on 10 3 times. The old Venom Shock coming back into play.
Old trusty.
That ball's
Old faithful.
That ball's sneaking up on the high road run as far as just being good for a decade.
I think it
It's
was
tough to
in
do.
the shout out to my guy Mike Flanagan. Mike did I think a top X amount number of bowling balls of all time. It was like a draft.
Yeah.
And
Sounds like something Mike would do, right?
it was one. I think
Yeah.
maybe it was during COVID.
Yeah. Oh, I could.
Might
Yeah.
have been. I think we all needed things to do.
Sure.
Content, right? But it was really good. It was fun.
Yeah.
But that ball was listed pretty high.
Yeah.
In the draft,
I
I
would
should say.
think.
And even some things that I've seen recently in regards to your best bowling balls of all time, the Venom Shock has
Sure.
been one of those.
I would think it'd sneak up in that conversation because you have to go back, into the early decades where you get balls that had that long, because there's so many fewer introductions that a ball could stretch for
Sure.
5, 6, 7, 8 years. Pretty, relatively speaking, easier than it can now with so many, with 30 introductions a year. Somebody asked if I was training for a new job. I don't know about practicing. I would be happy to accept one if some people thought it was.
When's the last time you had a job that was not bowling related? Like 16, high school?
No. I worked at North Rock, so I guess it was.
That don't count.
What do you mean? I mean, working in the back as a mechanic, I guess it wasn't exactly throwing a ball down there, but I worked the redemption counter at North Rock. That's in the game room.
That's fair.
It's kind of not really one. And then, but the last real one I had was my summer job and through college was I worked on the landscaping crew at the Capitol in Topeka, Kansas. So actually one of the cooler jobs I had too. You get done, you can look, you drive by and you go, that looks nice. I did that.
Humble beginnings here.
I moved furniture before that. That made sure I got through
That's
college.
really humble.
Yeah, that was go there and do military moves all day and then
put
go
in the
play
work.
baseball
Right, put in the real
afterwards.
work.
Yeah, you want to find out what it looks like to not get things done on the education side. Got the guys that dropped out that were football players. They're basically just moving furniture because being strong is their asset. Not.
Quick look at Ryan Barnes. The strike string did end in the 8th, but still got 260 out there.
He's playing 30 now with urethane and 9 pins. I am not playing the same game.
Yeah,
Sheesh.
I was really talking to Justin earlier about just from my vantage point, right? Just watching players be able to shape urethane. There was a Cully, excuse me.
Cully, yeah.
He was shaping urethane middle lane on short this morning. The funny part about that situation was that I learned he does not actually like urethane.
No. I like Cully. And a guy who works hard, is got a later start than a lot of guys and works hard to try and be better. And he's really sneaky good.
Yeah, I like his look was great with it.
Yeah.
But
you're right, though. I don't.
But just shaping it, I mean, it's something we see all the time now, even certainly at the youth level.
Yeah.
I mean, not every.
Yeah.
That's an exaggeration, but it feels like.
Every relevant.
If you have certainly some real ability at the youth level and you have made a lot of strides, et cetera, and so forth, they have figured out ways to hook just what Ryan's doing.
Well, we used to preach, the strongest ball that goes through the pins, and by strongest, most controllable. Earliest rolling ball that goes through. Well, nothing is earlier or more controllable, and therefore covers up more mistakes, covers up transition, covers up pair-to-pair differences more than a urethane ball. Now the trouble is, for a long time, it didn't hook enough.
Right.
They've solved that problem. those two balls both hook a lot, and so they got those to hook, and now you add an extra 100 to 150 RPMs from what was considered the higher end of rev rate in the 80s. 350 to 400 was pretty high end on the scale. Now it's 500 is not an unusual two-handed, 475 is probably an average two-handed rev rate. You give them a ball that controls the lane and helps control little, extra bit of rotation, 5 degrees extra this way, a little more loft, a little less loft, some of that, and blends lane to lane, of course.
Big moving opportunity here for John Burkett. He's got 240 left.
After a bunch of 9s early, and through the face there, 220 is still not going to, it's going to help him. 240 really would have served him. I don't see as many strikes this game for whatever reason. Last game seemed to be the coming out party here around kind of within our eyesight. 7-8 pairs going across, but
Burkett is at plus 19. Nathan Moore did leave a 10 pin in the 10th frame. If Maria is watching.
Did get that 3 pair, that 3 bagger there to get him to 2-0. So, assuming he spares, which
right.
I don't have nearly as much power as Bo Burton, so there's no way I can jinx him.
Burkett made his spare, as you can see. So John strike to get him to 227.
Which will get him to the previous number. 240 though would have started to catch, scare, like get close enough that El Demaro say shot 180. Now you're on top of that number. The great Osby. How are you, sir?
Hey, I told somebody earlier. I want to be that gentleman as I continue to age and
yeah, right.
Just hang out, balling out, get my brim on.
I love him. Yeah, I keep asking for one of them hats one of these days. He keeps.
Can't give you all.
Got
the
a bowl
secrets.
better. Yeah, I know. Too much swag for me. I can't pull it off. Chris Warren here in front of us. He's only been good for about 50 years. It's crazy. 222.
Really nice pro shop here. Talked about it.
But I have not seen his name, so he must have struggled this morning quite a bit.
Yeah, he didn't have a 200 game
Minus
until game
88.
7.
Yeah. Not a big lover of urethane either, and as much rotation, and his game is built for the 80s in urethane. Actually, that's the irony of it, is he won his titles with urethane, and I don't think he likes to throw it now. If they had a pearl red hammer, he probably would still throw it, but that's what it seems like. I remember him wheeling those around the lane when I was a kid and on TV and winning with those.
Nathan shoots 202.
Packy comes back from that 220 game. Didn't he shoot 220 last game to shoot? Oh, I was looking at the wrong score. I thought he was shooting 150. He's going to strike out for 205, which is still going to leave him on the wrong side of things with Burkett.
Yeah, with that
bumping
said,
up the list for sure.
Dallas now in the 220s. He's at plus 122 at the moment.
Ryan's going to shoot 260 this game. Jeez.
Question, folks, I asked you earlier, who do you thought would give this thing a run at the title? Certainly, there's so many options. I'll ask you again in case we got some new viewers. Who do you think is going to win? Or some of your favorites? It is coming down to the situation. Ryan Barnes. Well,
that's going to be one of your seeds.
I don't know if I don't know if right now anybody other than Simo. He's the only player that can possibly catch Ryan Barnes.
Simo is, well, he's going to have to double in the 10. No, I take it back. He's got 211 left. So that would keep it within 50 with 2 to go, which is well within Simo's range. He could shoot anything. So good.
He's made the move.
Yeah,
Big
no
jump
strikes
left.
through. He was at 5 straight spares, strike split. Now trying to throw the back 5 for 211. Packy just grinding through 204. Nathan right here in front of us is 202, which is going to leave some room for some guys to try and sneak up on him. I did not see what Connor's game was down there.
So if you joined us for the first time, and you're wondering, okay, I'm listening to these scores.
What's going on?
And I'm hearing these things, and so I'll give you a brief recap. We started this morning at 9 a.m. Central, and we bowled 8 games on the short pattern. And the very first game, I was like, whoa, what's happening here? There's a lot happening. We're not sure. And the fresh didn't look very kind. And then people moved for the first time, pair to pair. Scores started to go up. But it was still very much a very rocky roller coaster
257, nice.
for a good portion or majority of the players. But individuals like, let's see, Nathan Bohr, Ryan Barnes, Anthony Simonson, Dallas Leon, Chris Delaney, James Fugit, Eric Jones was really good earlier today. Stu shot 300. Lorenzo Akianyak, he was really good earlier too. Same thing with Andrew Bonin. There were some really good players certainly who took advantage of the short, who figured out a way to get score.
Corey Umbrello
On the long,
256.
wow, Corey Umbrello, who started his onslaught basically in game 8. He did throw urethane for the majority of, I think, almost all of the short pattern this morning. I don't know what he's throwing now, but whatever it is, he actually might be leading the block. If it's not Ryan or Simo, Corey might be leading on long, but now finds himself right smack dab in the middle of the top 12, which is where you want to be with enough cushion, certainly.
Yeah, I think he's got plenty of cushion now. He's going to be in the finals now. He's actually looking at trying to steal one of those double buys. He's going to be looking real hard at 4th now.
It's pretty impressive.
That's a run right there. Now he's got to make I don't know which way he's going. If he just went end to end and went 240, 250, or if he's just down the low end. If he's just on the low end, those are the right pairs to do it. I mean, that's if there's pairs that are a little more high scoring. Traditionally, that the teens there through the mid 20s, like say 27 and 28, has been high scoring all day. And
looks like he's going to 20.
looks like he's moving right. Yeah,
21 and 22. Nice bowling.
Thanks.
Keep it up. It's working. That was Dallas Leon looking at the standings as well, as we are now officially into Game 7.
well, most of them are.
One group of, there's a couple. It's the left side of things here. So that's the story here, folks. Ryan Barnes, Anthony Simonson inching closer.
Yeah, Simo did not double in the 10th, so he shot 190 that game. So he's going to be at 250. Ryan's going to be at 320. And Nathan's going to be at 190. Now where Stu and Connor, and we know Umbrello now is at 2-0. So he's going to flop Nathan already. Wow. Didn't see it jumping up this much.
Cut scores since Game 1, right? This is every cut score after every game. +1, +3, even, which tells a story about the fresh on the short. +4, then the first significant jump at +14, then back down to +5. This is game 6. Then back up to +14 in game 7. It ended at +20 short this morning.
So being the higher seed is going to be a pretty significant advantage, although it will be, relatively speaking, on the fresh, which wasn't that great for. It was okay, but it was not great.
Right. Okay is aptly described.
But short was just playing hard, and so having the advantage of getting to pick which lane you want to finish on will probably.
Absolutely.
There'll be a lot of people picking to finish on the long, not the short. So
then to finish it up, game 9, which was the first game on long this afternoon, the cut dropped 5 pins to +15.
Well, there you go. So maybe it's not.
Then the +18, then the +36.
By game 3 is when it started to bump.
And then +47, and then it dropped
Back
to +36.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's gone up 30, the squad, so far. Say it started at.
Well, when we started this squad, it was +20.
It's gone up 16. So this squad's obviously walled.
That's what Rep would say. If Rep is still watching, he would say it's walled.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Wasn't that this morning? Is it guys are struggling to shoot 100, somebody shoots 300, they're walled.
Yeah, that's Rep. No matter what platform, he always watches bowling. That's the running joke on Bowl TV as well. He always says that. That's a good question, Lee. Chris actually talked about that before. I will allow him to mention that again if he would like.
Oh yeah, little back issue last night. So tweaked it. Didn't feel great bowling the trios here in house last night. I kind of grinded my way through to finish, but adding 16 more games on something where I was going to shoot 7 spares a game and didn't seem like the best way for me to get ready for nationals here in a few days, and then also senior masters. So hopefully it feels good enough. I'll bowl it here on Monday night in that sweeper. But and to be honest, it's been a long 3 or 4 months of bowling on both tours, and so a little mental refresher. Sometimes it's nice to sit back here and watch good bowling and just soak in some of the good things other people are doing.
Does that help the mind sometimes?
Sometimes you get, my Tony Robbins post bowling career of self-motivation. I don't know how many people want to subscribe to the voices in my head. So, I'm much kinder to doubles partners and to the people I watch bowl than I am myself. So it's nice to get just cherry pick a little bit and go, okay, he's bowling good, and watch some of that and just kind of get to soak in some of that versus lately the view from the foul line hasn't been what I'd like it to be.
Samo just left almost a spinning 4-pin.
I appreciate it, Lee. Yeah, I think it's all right. I get weakness in some stuff. Just back surgery 10 years ago. It's just part of the deal. We did planes, trains, and automobiles with the end of the senior stop was long format. So we bowled 24 games around robin the last day and a half, and then got in the car and drove 9 hours, and then flew, and then I did a bunch of ball work and did some changes, and I was standing at a workout table and then throwing 5 shots and then working on another ball and throwing 5 shots, and that's a young man's game.
Quick look at the spinning 4 here from Simo. It was touched.
Oh, paralyzed it. Yep. That's not very fortunate. They don't know who he is. Somebody tell him that's Texas Jesus. We don't.
I love that he was Lil Ants when we had names up early.
Yeah, Lil Ant. That's his old. when he was here at 14 years old beating people.
That's how. All right, I was going to say that's how the local population knows him. Correct?
Yeah, yeah. If you're like Chris Johnson, the local guys
Sure,
that
sure.
kind of lived in this
I know
house.
he always says it.
That's what they always referred to him. He's their little brother, and now little brother's the top 3 players in the world every year. So it's so he had some injury issues this year, and kind of the first of those things for him. And end of the year, obviously, he fought back and still made it made what was an uncharacteristic start. But you just can't play when you're hurt, and so.
Now here he had a good showing in Korea, right?
Yeah, he just got back from over there. He's bowled great the last month and a half, 2 months. He's the guy we all know him to be. So I think David Tolson, asked.
That was a good question too.
Yeah, I know David a little bit. He bowls the 50 stops and all that. But what's more advantageous in bowling, a jack of all trades or being a master of one? I guess it depends on your level. Tour-wise, it pays better to be master of one if you can be patient enough, or if there's enough variety that your one master thing you're master of shows up.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to wait 3 years, you might not have a job anymore by the time it comes back around. I would say Norm is a master of, a jack of all trades, and Anthony's a master. Well, when you play at that level, they can actually win with 3, 4, or 5 things. And I would much rather get to that level if you can. But say somebody like Doug Kent, who was maybe as versatile as anybody through the 90s and 2000s. But it took him a long time to where he got to win with those. He cashed a lot. He made a lot of finals. He was universally respected within the tour of how good he was, but he wasn't, maybe the world didn't quite know he was as great as he was. And then late in his career, he started to win doing a bunch of those things. And it just took longer for him to break through and refine that extra tool within those other 5 tools. It takes more practice to be that way. It takes, the flip side of that is, it's a little disingenuous to say Pete is a master of one thing, because no one has reinvented their game enough to where he was over 400 rev rate with urethane, and then now he's at 250 and also had a Hall of Fame career under 300 rev rate, and times wearing a wrist thing to basically limit hand action, not to make it better, and do that too. It's kind of crazy, really. Now he's got trigger finger, he's got a bad hip, a bad shoulder, and still finds a way to be good.
As we get closer to the end, I'm going to give you an approximate time for the start of match play. Once I get an approximate, I will share that info with you, the viewers. That pattern is always, I'm sorry, not that pattern. That event is already ready to go. In fact, let me just go ahead and share it with you right now so you can have it ready to go. So here is the match play and finals link. So just have it open in a tab already. We have scores. We'll update you here in 5 seconds. So go ahead and click that, have it open as a tab, and then you'll be ready to go. Hey, Chris, what you got for us?
The rest of the story.
Okay.
Here we go. Leading Ryan Barnes, 334 over. 84 pins ahead of Simonson. Simo is 250 over. He now, Corey Umbrella has moved all the way up to third.
That's crazy.
At 204, and he's only 46 behind Simonson now. Like, he's that's within real range. His last 4 games are 227, 246, 265, 257. He's basically all of that 200 in. And like you said, starting game 8, where he's 260, 240, 210, 220, 240, 260, 250. You don't want any part of that man on the long. He is absolutely crushing them. Okay, so Corey is 204. Stu is in 4th at 199. That's the 3rd, 4th buy spot for 2 buys. Nathan Bohr is 5 pins behind that at 194. James Fugit is 165, so 34 pins back. 17 pins behind him, Dallas Leong. Connor Fleming shot 174 there, fell all the way back to 8th at 132. Chris Delaney at 99. Eric Jones at 97. Ildemar Ruiz at 83. And John Burkett is now your number at 44 over. And guess who's in 13th? Diana Z.
Unbelievable.
25 over. Andrew Bonin dropped from 12th to 14th, but only 21. Oh, so he's within 20 of the number. Diana Z is 25 over, so she's 19 behind Burkett at the number. And Packy is +5, so just 39 behind. I'd say Matt McGill is at 8. Josh Emhoff at -18. And Lorenzo
Akinyak.
I should know that. Akinyak. My bad. And Trey is 30 under. Trey Brand is 42 under. And then Chris Warren is at 66. At that point, now you're at 110 with 2 to go. So 44 over is the number. Dana Z is that first chaser at 25. Bonin 21. Packy 5. And then Matt McGill at -8. Those are your first 4 chasers. Burkett is 40 behind, 39 behind Ildemar Ruiz to move up. So, but real interesting race there at the top. Corey Umbrella charging hard here at the end, trying to catch Anthony Simonson for those 3 buys and a spot in the semifinals. And then you got Corey, Stu, Nathan. Those 3 all within 10 pins of each other, fighting for those 2 buys. With James Fugit 30 pins behind that. So lots to go, lots to see.
It's intriguing here, folks. And you knew it would be, certainly. But the way things have developed, the story here this afternoon into the evening is Corey Umbrella, without question. Let's go ahead and look up, by the way, approximately 7:15, between 7:15 and 8 p.m. is the approximate start time. So I'm going to just cut the difference and give you about 7:40-ish. We'll call it 7:30. So I'll go ahead and change that link. All right, so just on the long today, Corey Umbrella. Is that 6 games? 242.
Come on.
0.83 for 6 games on the long pattern tonight. 1457 plus 257 for 6. Corey Umbrella. And if you add in again the 267, which would make it 7 games, the average would go up to 246. But the 267 was on the short. That was the last game of short. Incredible. That small chance.
Yeah, he's got Ryan by a little bit. Ryan's 230 over and some change after 6. So those 2 just a tad under 240.
Uh-oh, Nathan Bohr. Split 4-bagger. That ball change has been very key.
It's good for him. Simo an early double. Spare strike. Ryan not liking this pair nearly as much. He is clean, but no doubles through 7 frames.
Boy, Diana just can't put a big game together here. Big game of the night is 238. She's got a lot of 2-0s and a lot of 190s.
Yeah, just putting a lot of shots online, making a lot of spares, but hard to create the kind of power that Simo and Umbrello, and it's not a criticism. That comes from a place of knowing. In fact, she's able to fight through. Really, just speaks to her accuracy and what she's doing to get through here.
Oof, Dallas gave that a run. Boy, Dallas got to be careful here.
Third split of the game now. There's nowhere to hide. Maybe chasing some left-handers now at this point too, to where they've beat up the front, and you're moving left and you're just seeing more hook instead of less.
Kind of let's see where John Burkett is. Is he letter A?
He's A.
All right, so Burkett's over on 33.
He's got open 3-bagger spare on 220.
If you're watching on your TVs in the bottom right of your screen, Nathan
bowling for one of those double buys, and Burkett bowling for a spot in the finals. Nathan's chip and a chair is already secured, and just in a spot where he can make up some ground, and maybe, you know, he might actually need a little bit. We don't know what Corey's doing down there on the low end. Not to be. High, light. Burkett, another one high. Burkett, another one high flush. That's going to put him in 240. That's a huge game. No, it might not gap him out. It might get him some players ahead of a couple of players to where he has some. You bring more things into the mix.
Right.
It's easier if you get close enough to where a player above you can shoot 180 and help you out versus trying to hold off 5 or 6 people chasing you.
John, right of your screen there. Push. Oh.
Big game, though. 220, 240 back-to-back at this stage. There's just not that many people bowling really good games right now.
I've had some really cool conversations with him. I saw him at a, where did I see John? It was at a 50 event.
Yeah.
And he was just talking about his bowling life at that moment in time. And just how it was almost like he was still in that beginning stage of his new professional career, but just talking about all the things he had learned and was able to then apply.
I think he has a unique perspective.
Right.
Playing at obviously a very high level in the professional baseball level of kind of what it can take and the differences, you know, and sometimes the very slight differences between the good, the great, and the never have been guys. And he was great at baseball. He loves bowling and loves the challenge of one of the truly good guys, most universally liked guys, you know, on the 50 tour. So, well, Ryan's going to go through with no doubles this game after a 260. So. Simon's going to have an opportunity, although Simon just 4-pinned over there, so he's on 2-team pace, but still does have a chance to shoot 240. Nathan making a little noise now with an open, but a 6-bagger. Puts him on 230 pace already.
Customary, if you're still watching, we appreciate it. There was a customary happened about the same time this morning. A little bandwidth blip, what you don't want at the end of the tournament.
Dallas.
Right, so let's go back over there.
Yeah. Big double for him. Need something that has to strike out to bail out 201 here.
Big double.
Yep. Dallas at 148. I mean, seemingly safe, but Burkett just got up to 90, which now pushes that bottom number up into that 90 range as well. You don't need to. Certainly didn't need to shoot 150 there and put himself right in the middle of that number. So. Ryan shoots 190. Nathan, as you can see up here, he is going for a 7-bagger. That's with 278 left. Well, that shim nice for him.
Wow.
I thought that was in, but that was the good swing. In long.
It looked in indeed.
I did the last. I don't know what he shot that game. He went 260, 250 the last two.
Rep, I think the squirrels just follow me and me only. That'll be my last, not my last thing, but one thing I'll always remember about my career in this business is that a squirrel literally chewed up an internet cable outside of Bowling Center in Waterloo, Iowa. It's a true story. Not only did they do it, but apparently it wasn't the first time.
Wasn't the first time.
Yeah, it was like it happened all the time at that particular part of in the back of the bowling center.
He shot 270. Corey Umbrella shot 277 that game. How about that run? He's already averaging 240 for this block. Before that,
It's ridiculous.
he
277.
might have shot 800 that last three.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, my guys, he might get a
280 over now.
He might get a 3-round bye.
Simo's going to have to basically have them all. This is going to get way more interesting than either one of those two wanted to. I don't think either one of them thought you're going to have to put a monster number on. I'd say it's easy to take your foot off the gas a little bit with Ryan being that far out in front, but I know brackets were in place, so I know that wasn't the case.
He's such an elegant shot maker. I don't know if that's the right phrase, but man.
Very rhythmic, and these guys obviously have hit a good pair, so.
That pair's been okay.
They both. Oh, yeah, you're right. You said that's the one, right?
I mean, at least early on in blocks, it has been okay.
Well, that's going to put Corey at 280, Simo at possibly 290, Ryan at 320, and Nathan with a chance to get to 270, which is going to make it real hard for anybody else to get a bye. Stu is going to have had a monster game. Did Connor shoot? What did Connor shoot? See what Stu shot by chance? Yeah.
Come on, bandwidth. We need you for 30 more minutes.
Still slow.
It's creeping like TLC. It's slowly creeping.
Looking like league pals out there.
Not in the way Not in the way that we need it at the moment.
Do the league bowlers learn anything bowling this? How to shoot spares?
I mean, Jim, if your mind is open, then you know, yes would be the answer. But you know, you got to take it. This is how I would approach it. First of all, if they chose to bowl the tournament, then they've already got the respect, because this is a true challenge, certainly.
Yeah, you have to. It's on you once you get behind the 8 ball how much you want to learn, or if you just want to nail it in and throw it at the head pin, you can do that. But obviously there's examples of guys that are bowling pretty well. And so whether it's playing deeper than you're comfortable playing, throwing it slower than you're comfortable throwing it, lofting it more than you're traditionally comfortable lofting it, there's some options. Maybe choosing urethane on something you would never consider using urethane on.
Could be a couple of players vying for that last 3-round bye. Nathan Board trying to be one of them. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Whoa. Man, that's a big flip right there.
Wow.
That might have been further right than the shot before it. He actually caught that one a little better. It was a little better shot overall.
Unbelievable.
Adam Vinci says this is going to be his best game.
We've been rooting for him.
166 is his best game.
Well, the bar is attainable. We'll give you that. Yes. So Simo gets the first one there. Makes that. That's a big 30 pins for Nathan, with him being on the bottom side of that. Miss there. That makes it 244. Leaves him at 243.
Let's look at Nathan's shot here.
Simo doing Simo things. Yeah, he was pretty sure that one was good. Yeah, I was pretty sure with him, to be honest.
Wow.
Pace Ryan bowls versus the pace that that Nathan bowls. They're going to be in about the 4th frame, I think, before they get a shot off.
Just for context, as we watch Simo, I think
Cosmos. He just
this might be his 8th frame shot, maybe. I think it's on the same lane.
Yeah.
So just to get an idea, right? We just left a 4-9. I'll probably replay it again and zoom in.
Yeah, that ball was further left down lane than the last one was, than the one in the 10th. You want to talk about Shimwrecker?
One more time.
He did it to him. He might have done it to his own pair. Because
this is one of those teachable moments, right? Just talking about this very minute difference.
That's an ace. You know, that one's actually, that's the one that was in a little bit. And then the next one, 27, 28 at the arrows.
This
is
the
head out of the way. Well, he moved 2 left.
Gotcha.
The last one he slid 41. That one he slid 43. That's crazy. So he might have liked the one in the 8th pretty good too, and it might have actually picked up in the front, and that's why it got so tight on it.
That is.
He slid 41. He went. That was 2 left, which is a gigantic move, really, in that spot.
That's so bowling right there.
Can you move 2 left on 53 feet and have it go through him like that?
That is bowling. Well, we've reached game 8. Where's Ryan's on 31 and 32?
Yep.
Okay.
He's got an early double. Burkett was spare strike. Start players in the match play categories of things.
Boy, Scott was in the hunt earlier today. He was bowling pretty well, and that's not the case Let's see. He
Yeah, I would expect
was-
him to bowl fairly well on the long because he bowled well in the sweeper as well on that. Which
Oh, sorry. All right, so that number again, so I can write it down. 14 was what? Plus what?
14th?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 12th.
12th was 44 after.
44, so it went back up 8.
Now it's 52. Is that?
No, from game 13 to
Oh,
14.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
It went up 8 pins.
Yeah, it's probably going to make a pretty significant jump now because there was a gap between 11th and 12th, and Burkett shooting 240. That's going to. It's going to make probably at least a 20-pin jump. It might be all of it.
So Nathan. Yeah, that was on 27 and 28, right? Nathan was on? All right, so Nathan's going to finish off camera, but we can see him. So he's going to be on 25 and 26. For Nathan, and it's not about being in the top 12. He's going to be in the top 12.
Yeah, for sure.
This is about which bye can he get.
Yeah. Last game put him in pretty good
Or can
position.
he get a bye at all at this point?
Right. If I don't know what Stu shot last game, so if Stu had a big game as well, he's still fighting just to keep in a bye versus, I mean, those 30 pins there in the 10th when you're on a good pair at this stage is so huge. I mean, it's the front four. The difference between that shot, which I think executionally was maybe as good as he could throw it, and that result, which was dirty. A little better start for Ryan, front three. They can feel a little bit better. Chasers are all going to have to come running. He's got about 30 pins on Simo, give or take, maybe a touch less than that, 20, 28. And he's going to have 42 on Umbrello, and actually he's close enough for us to see him now finally. Down 21 and 2 maybe. Shooting the first spare he shot in a while. That's it's only the first frame, but what an incredible run he's put on him. Holy cow.
Yeah, if you're joining us late, folks, the story tonight is Corey Umbrello. First of all, he's got a great last name. I mean, somebody's got to put an umbrella on his logo. Like, I don't know how we have it. That has not happened yet.
Yeah.
Got to talk to Sarah about that. But the man has dominated the long pattern, and he's made it very interesting. He has essentially run down an opportunity to get a 3-round bye after basically having not much, being decent early. Not yet. Trying to do the numbers.
Yeah.
How many players on tour are numbers?
I would say probably 80%.
Okay.
Probably follow them. There's only, even the guys that maybe shouldn't, most of the time do follow them anyway. There's only, I mean, on the flip side, there's only 10 or 15%. You know, like Rash wants to know every number in the whole building, and what, you know, he's going for first. He still knows what the cut number is, and the 3 guys chasing it, and you know, he always just how his mind works. It's good timing. But yeah, I think most guys in general are pretty aware of the situation, and there's guys that know. I mean, JJ, I love him. He knows himself. He focuses only on his game, what score he thinks is the right score, and he just bowls at that level. And that also allows him to do what he did last week, where he gapped the field by 100 in the first round because he was just bowling against his ball reaction. Well, no one else had that ball reaction. And so he didn't play to the level of the field at all. He just kept playing to the level he was at. And 100 became 180, became 300, became 500, became, I mean, he just railroaded us. I'll let the smooth stylings.
Ryan Barnes, new update, plus 326. Anthony Simonson, plus 296. Corey Umbrello is 15 pins of a 3-round bye. And if you wanted to throw Ryan Barnes in there.
Yeah, no, everybody's in play now. He's only 40 back.
It's up for grabs. Nathan Bohr, 4th at plus 238. If you add 30 pins, he's at plus 268. Actually, it'd be more like he could have shot 278. But you get what I'm saying. That's 40 pins, as you said.
Yeah.
It's a 40-pin swing.
34, I think, is what the actual between striking out and the 8-1. It's that one hurts. That puts him right in the middle of 1 through 4.
Yeah.
To now, really.
Yeah, between.
He's going to hang on. He's trying to hang on to one of the 3rd, 4th ones.
Yeah, because 5th is Stu at plus 204, and 5th is no buy. So just FYI for those who.
And then the giant gap happened after that. Everybody below that struggled.
So Connor Fleming, 6th at 130. Dallas Leong, 7th at 124. James Fugit, 8th at plus 121. Chris Delaney is 9th at plus 98. John Burkett is 10th at plus 91.
Up to 10th.
Yeah, Indamaro Ruiz, 11th.
Ryan has the front 5 now. That's going to, it doesn't quite lock up one of those 2 buys, but it certainly puts in a good spot.
Actually, Ildemaro is tied with Eric Jones at plus 89. It's a good idea to find out what the tie scenario is for the final spot.
Let's see if I can look it up.
And Diana Z shot 225, still hanging around. Well, she starts well.
Still in 13th.
Still got a chance. She's been in 13th almost this entire round. It's unbelievable. The number made its largest balloon plus 89. The largest it's been all day long. Plus, that was a 45-pin increase. Plus 89 from plus 44. And again, all of your top players, Umbrello 270, Simonson 240, Bohr 240, John Burkett 240. Packy shot 240. He's not out of it either.
No.
He's at plus 48. He's in 14th, 2 pins back of Diana. And Andrew Bonin still with an outside shot. He's at plus 24.
I'll check on Corey real quick.
Okay. Well, for a while, that looked like it might be, kind of chalk, if you will. Right? Top seeds were just kind of cruising. Orange was cruising. Simon was cruising. Nathan Moore was still battling to get into that top 2 area. And then all of a sudden, Corey Umbrello unleashed fury. Appreciate you tuning in and slipping through the brief little bandwidth hiccups. Ryan Barnes, front 5. As you enter, if you guys wouldn't mind to hit the thumbs up. I will repost the match play link. For those of you who missed that, go ahead and open it just so you'll have it ready to go. I'm going to change the time on it. And Chris Barnes has got a little bit of an update.
Yeah, Corey started off 9 out, 9 spare strike is the start. And then we did get an update on the tie ruling. And if it's for one of the seeds, say 8th and 9th, it's just high game.
Okay.
High overall game will get the higher, will get the bye. If it's for one of the seeds, it's a full game, and if it's for to make obviously tie for 12th, then it'll be a full game. So
if you tie for a seed,
yeah. So, if it's 3rd, 4th, I assume then it's just high game. It's 3rd. If it's 2nd, 3rd, you're gonna bowl a game for it because it's
makes sense. Big
it's a full
difference.
round.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, tie for 12th, which is the final spot.
Right.
Full game, which would be a normal situation. John Burkett.
Corey doubles there. So Ryan with front 6. That puts him in a big driver's seat. Stu's getting close enough to see, and Stu has, looks like, a 4-bagger. And
There's Stu. Big game of brewing for Stu. Boy, everybody's come to play here late. Front 7 for Ryan Barnes. Again, as of this moment, I was told approximately
where is Diana?
she's on
There's
21 and 22 or 19 and 20.
Okay. That's the wrong sheet.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
That's the correct one.
Oh no, 8-10 for Burkett. I didn't actually, I just looked up and saw it.
Stu has now struck again. He's gone strike, spare, 6-bagger. 2 frames left on the board for Stu Williams.
30 behind Nathan. Nathan has got an early, he got strike spare double. Andrew just walked by, Bonin just walked by it. 24 over, he is now 65 back of the number, and was lamenting his position on that page.
He was.
Packy's got a little look now too.
Where's Packy?
He has the front 7.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Now Burkett's got to find a way to stay ahead of Eric Jones and Ruiz, because I think Packy has a decent chance. Even though he's 45 back of that whole crew, he's basically into that number now. Burkett's got a strikeout for 205. A little flat that time. Didn't get that one in the air. Nathan with a miss down there, so he's double and 7 spare. Simo in front of us here with strike spare 3-bagger.
And Ryan Barnes chopped that. So 266 remain.
Umbrello has open spare, double spare, so he's on 190 still through 5 frames. Simo obviously now 4-bagger. And
that was Dallas Leong. Packy.
ooh, trip
Trips to
6 for the front 8. I'll go make a quick check on Diana.
Okay.
Let's see where she's at.
Spare made for Dallas. Burkett. That's a big shot there. He can get to 205. Stu is going to be up momentarily. Oh my. Well, Stu just left the 4-9. We saw Nathan Bohr leave that 10th frame last game.
Okay, Ildemaro has an open and a 3-bagger down there through 6 frames. Diana has a double and clean. Packy is looking to steamroll them all at the moment. This is a huge shot for Burkett, I think. Needs that strike there. Oh boy. He's going to need some help, I think, now. Ruiz just got a 4-bagger there, so they're putting him in the 2-1 range right now.
Just joining us, folks. Again, Packy front 8 outside of the number, but he's at plus 48, and he's, as Chris just mentioned, he is about to make a lap inside. The question is, though, well, Eric Jones just came down here asking where Chris Delaney is.
Delaney.
Now it all makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of.
Delaney's at 98.6 as well.
Yeah.
What did Eric just shoot?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's even done.
He's pacing around like he's.
All right, so
Burkett's in one of the biggest trouble right now.
Stu shot 243.
Nathan is on 2-0 pace right now. Just about missed a single pin.
Stu's going to be at plus 247. One final. Packy still with a 10 frame left. Dallas Leong. Dallas, in good shape at the moment, though.
Corey Umbrello looks like, I think he's max 246, I believe. Tell from down here, Simo being Simo. Those two are going to gap everybody now, I think. Simo and Ryan are going to secure those 2 spots. $250 there. Doesn't. I think that one locks up the number 1 spot. I believe that was, they had 30 pins difference. So any count there. Simo is just about, I don't think Umbrella can catch him. Ruiz, that looks like another strike from here, which him in the 220s. Which should lock Ruiz in. He finally missed down there. 9 spare. All right, Ryan 255. With Eric Jones? Eric Jones, 174, 64 over. Packy's going to be 100. He's going to flop them both. Burkett is 76 over. Jones 64. Burkett 6. Okay. Haven't seen James in a minute, so.
Packy just got the first one in the 10th. Shout out to, again, Adam Vinzi, by the way. One more time, PlatinumFord. Great sponsorship of not just this event, but what they do for
They sponsor
Texas.
everything. They sponsor our Barnes Scholarship Tournament, Youth Tournament. Do a lot of good things for a lot of people. Umbrello missed again, so his max score is 227.
Am I safe in Simon?
Yeah, you're a leader. By count.
By
He,
count?
he strikes out. You had 30 pin. You had 30 pins on him. So, Umbrello's max score is 227. That puts him at 308, which locks him in. I think he's going to be the 3 seed.
That's a pretty impressive game there for Packy.
It's huge.
278 officially.
Ruiz opens in the 9th. Eric Jones shot 174. John Burkett's in front of us. Eric shot 174. If you stay ahead of him, Rocky's going to flop you. So Diana has to flop you, I think. She's 50 right now. It's 220. She had a double earlier, right? She was off. She just cleaned last I've seen.
Everybody below me passed. Everybody.
Only one that I can see. Packy so far. Everybody else is quite a ways back.
What place was I in before that?
You were 10th. You, Ruiz, and Jones were all the same. You're all 90.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you saw it.
Simo's going to shoot 269 with a spare.
Yeah.
And he is going to be shy, of course, of Ryan Barnes. All right, so we'll make it 69.
Ruiz opened in the 10th.
Uh-oh.
So.
Nathan Bohr. Yep, still going on the 2-0 pace. Nathan's going to have to do a little bit more work, it looks like.
Umbrella was 201 that game, so.
All right, Corey gets to plus 282.
Nathan with a single pin there. That was potentially important. His max score is now going to be 214.
That would keep him ahead of Stu.
214 does?
Yep.
Does he need the double to do it?
Yeah,
252. He needs a double.
2-0 won't do it.
Okay.
Diana has been 13th for like 5 straight games.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Make sure Dallas is going to be fine. He's going to be in the 2-0s. Even if he didn't make it, he'd be okay. So everything that we're going to need to know and understand. Nathan Moore did get the first one in the 10th.
I think Eldemaro shot 243.
Was he letter E?
That was my best guess.
If he's E, no, he's still bowling. Yeah, he's still up.
Okay, never mind.
Split in the 9th. Looks like he can get into the 220s. He looks like max at 221. All right, so Nathan Bohr on the left side of your screen.
It's like Diana still gets 258 this game.
Yeah, it's still possible.
Yeah.
Oh, she just aced that shot too. That was
Puts
the
her in the
first one
230,
in
I
the
think.
10th.
Is that
No,
the first one?
that
I think
was
that's still the 9th.
9th frame for Diana. So I'm going to turn the camera over there. Actually, let me do it now. I'll wait since I can't get to it.
Nathan needs this strike here. Yeah, there you go. Nathan needs that one right there to get a bye, I think. And that got it.
Big shot. All right, so that keeps him in front of Stu, who was at plus 247. And then that goes back to Stu's 4-9 in the 9th frame of his big game.
Oh, so he had the same thing that Nathan had then, basically.
1 frame early.
Stu knows it. He was down there watching Nathan.
So that right there was the difference of bowling, having to bowl 4 additional games possibly to win the tournament, as opposed to maybe 3 or 2, excuse me.
Got it right. I think Diana probably only needs a mark in the 10th right now. That strike there was huge. If she didn't get that one, she probably was going to have to double in the 10th to get by.
More at 250. Yeah, 19 and 20. So she's going to appear in your screen here momentarily. Make sure you click the pinned link, folks. I'm going to guess now that the way this has transpired, we probably won't start match play probably closer to 8 o'clock. I don't think 7:30. Well, 7:30 is definitely not happening.
Unofficially, we have Ryan first, Simo second, Corey third, and Nathan fourth as the buys. Triple, and then the 3rd and 4th is the double buys.
Ironman will do that sometimes.
Double in the 10th.
Really?
Kept you ahead of Stu. And I think, if we have it right, Diana Z here needs a mark in the 10th to secure 12th. Burkett is the one on the line.
There's Diana. Did she get the 10 out? It looks like maybe not.
I guess not. She doesn't really know what the scores are.
All right, so let's help ourselves here. That's 19 and 20.
Yeah.
So this is letter, Diana's going to be B on the right side of your screen there.
What's Burke at 76? Yeah. She needs a spare. If not, it's a tie. That's a spare.
Don't know what James had. Dallas finished at, I think, 207.
Yes.
So he got to plus 131. Packy, of course, got to plus 126. Ildemaro, what did he shoot?
227, I believe, is what you know what you had for him.
Oh, he could have maxed at 221.
221. Well, he's on that same pair, or on the pair next to you. I'm sorry, that doesn't matter. Doesn't help you at all.
Wow, that's impressive. Easy.
Eight 10 by Burkett in the 8th, and then
Bucket.
and then 10th. So, unofficially, I guess we have a couple scores we don't really have, though, for sure. We don't know what Bonin shot for sure. After that, I think it gets too high for anybody to get there. And we don't know what James shot, but it would have to be. James is 121. Chris Delaney is the other one we don't have. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Eric was asking about that.
Wanted to know where he was. Okay. Got some people running to get scores we can.
Thanks to Janice Shinlin for helping us out. At the moment, though, folks, I'm going to go off the air until we have an official number.
You got any scores?
Yeah, Diana. She's in.
What about, well, we think so. What Delaney shoot?
Oh, I don't know if he possibly fell out. I don't know what Delaney shot.
Connor shot enough, right?
Yeah, he shot 212 last
212, okay.
I was trying to figure out if he stayed in the top 8.
The top 8? Why does that matter?
Right. I think it's
Bowlers,
right.
just a reminder
He'll be in
to
the top
please
half
turn
of
in
the
score
bracket,
sheets
the top
when you are
45.
done bowling to the bracket table, please.
4 get
Turn
3
in your
buys.
score sheets.
5 through
Thank
12,
you.
we're going to have to bowl 2 rounds before the other guys come in. So.
Unless it's different, though.
Best we can figure out, 5 through 12 will bowl, and then they'll bowl again. Those, and then which get right.
That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, the thing we
I see
don't
what you're saying.
we don't know James Fugit or Chris Delaney's scores the last game. Ruiz, I believe, had 221, which gets him to give or take 110.
Yeah.
So, I think we thought that. I think.
I was looking for either of those individuals. I don't see.
Delaney would be the only one that.
It's the one we really don't know. I don't.
Could affect.
Didn't see him. He's been on the ends for a while, so.
Question from, well, yes, Packy should be in.
Packy's in.
In fact, he is in.
He's 100% in.
Plus 126 after shooting 278 in the final game.
Chris and Fugit, those are 2 guys that don't know scores for. We have an approximate for Ruiz, so he is. So the people we know are Ryan, Anthony getting 3 buys, Corey, Umbrello, and Nathan getting 2 buys, Stu, Connor, Fleming, Dallas Leong, Ildemar Ruiz, Diana, Z, and Packy, we know they're in. Burkett right now is first out, but that depends on Chris Delaney's score. And then James Fugit, although he would have to have bowled, he would have to shoot 160, I believe, for that to be, actually 150 something for that to be in play. So really it's Delaney. It's going to determine whether, I'm going to go on a limb and say James shot enough, and really it's either Chris Delaney or John Burkett for the last spot.
I'm going to go try to get a bracket update.
Let me try and find it.
No,
go ask around?
you do that. Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. You're the show. I'm just the.
You do that. I'm going to go just quickly double check on bracket lanes. Want to have any surprises? Be right back. Waiting for the official number here. Oh, wow. And they're here. Okay. Diana Zavjalova officially.
Chris is 242. We got it now.
Thank you to Janice. A plus 87.
Okay, well, we do have a final update. Let me just confirm this before we say anything. This is final and confirmed.
It is.
Like we said before, Ryan and Anthony both getting 3 byes to the semifinals. Corey Umbrello and Nathan Bohr getting 2 byes to the quarterfinals. And then 5th through 12th in order, Stu Williams, Connor Fleming, Chris Delaney, Dallas Leong, James Fugit, Packy Hanrahan, Ildemaro Ruiz, Diana Zavjalova. At 87 over was the cut. John Burkett is first out, and will cash. Eric Jones is first out of the cash.
Well, that's tough. Well, there you have it, folks. So plus 87.
Pretty big jump the last couple games.
She spent almost the entire block in 13th place.
She got in with the last 2 frames.
This weekend on your calendar.
That's unbelievable. Great bowling, though, from everybody.
That was a grind.
This block.
Ironman's down the road.
Thanks for letting me join.
Again, I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
We did some things, moved it a little bit, so we're not bowling at 3 o'clock in the morning.
So just FYI, I'm going to go figure out,
Again, thanks to our
make sure our
sponsors,
bracket pairs and lanes are what they should be.
PlatinumFord,
I feel like I'm about to have a random surprise that I didn't expect, which is never good.
Storm,
I have to make a quick change somewhere.
K&H, Plano Super Bowl, of course. Chris Warren's Pro Shop.
And at the moment, we're looking at about 8 p.m. approximately, somewhere between 7:45 and 8 p.m.
Fullstream TV. Been a long day. Hang in there. Thank you. And of course, my team. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. It makes this a lot easier for me.
Well, I guess join us probably in about, I don't know, give or take 45 minutes
Yep,
for
make sure
first matches.
Make sure you have
16 of the
click the
toughest
link.
games in Texas.
Again, that is pinned, so you can have that
Plus
match play spot open.
87. Diana Z.
Chris Turner, CT, making the official announcement.
87. First out by 11 pins, but last cash is Mr. John Burkett, plus 76. 11th, Ildemaro Ruiz, plus 110. 10th, Packy Hanrahan, plus 126. 9th, James Fugit, plus 130. In 8th, Dallas Leong, plus 131. In 7th, Chris Delaney, plus 140. In 6th, plus 142, Connor Fleming. In 5th, plus 247, Beef Stew Williams. And receiving a 2-round bye in 4th at plus 250, Nathan Bohr. Receiving the other 2-round bye at plus 282 is Corey Umbrello. And in second place with a 3-round bye, plus 365, Anthony Simonson. And your tournament leader after qualifying at plus 381 is Ryan Barnes. Give me a couple of minutes. They're going to run the lanes. I'll come back and give you guys matchups and lane assignments. We're going to be, the title match will be on 25, so we're going to be on 25 through 46, working our way back. So we'll go 46 and work back toward 25, 26. 23, 24 will be our warm-up pair, or stay warm pair. All right, give us a couple minutes, guys. I'll come back with lane assignments and matchups.
All right, folks, I got a little work to do. So appreciate you tuning in. Make sure you have the match play link up and ready. And I'll be ready for you in a sec. Appreciate everybody tuning in. You're watching Texas Ironman here on Bowl Stream TV.